Good evening. This is Secretary Angela Jameson calling the meeting of the Inland Wetlands Commission to order on Monday, March 18th, 2024 at 7:02 p.m. Our first agenda item is to select a chair pro tem for this evening's meeting. Chair Dan Stepanek has asked me to chair as he is joining us remotely. Do I have a nomination for chair pro tem, please?
I will nominate.
I will make that motion. This is Dan. I
Thank you. Do I have a...
I make the motion that tonight's New Canaan Wetlands meeting, I would like to nominate Angela Jameson as chair pro tem.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I will second that.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanford. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, that's unanimous. We now need to select a secretary pro tem, and I nominate Dan Stepanek to be secretary pro tem this evening. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Redin. All those in favor? Aye, that is unanimous. So,
All
Secretary Pro Tem Stepanek, please, could you call the roll?
I will. Daniel Stepanek, that is me. I'm speaking. Angela Jameson.
Present.
Beth Brunelli.
Present.
Beth Sanford.
Present.
Anthony Zillo. Absent.
Absent.
Priscilla Wilkie.
Present.
Moving on to alternate members, Katie Osley.
Absent.
Absent. And Adam Ramirez.
Present.
Good.
Thank you very much. So could I ask Commissioner Ramirez to step up and be a regular member this evening to cover Anthony Sillo's position?
Yes.
Thank you. You have a copy of the agenda in front of you, please. Could I hear a motion? Any comments on it first, and if not, a motion to approve, please.
Make the motion to approve the agenda as submitted.
Thank you. Second.
I second it.
So Sandy Redden is also present, missed in the roll call.
Oh, I'm
Oh,
so
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
I am so sorry.
Just for the record.
Thank you. Okay, all those in favor of approving the agenda?
Aye.
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 That is unanimous. You also have a copy of the minutes of the regular meeting of February 26th this year. Do we have any comments on that? And if not, could I hear a motion, please? Any comments on the minutes?
No comments.
Would somebody like to move approval, please?
I move to approve the minutes.
Thank you, Commissioner Brunelli. Someone to second it, please.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Redin. All those in favor?
Aye.
Please raise your hand. Aye. So the minutes are approved unanimously. And we also have the site visit minutes of March 13th. Any comments? If not, could I hear a motion, please?
Make a motion to accept the site visit notes.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramirez.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Redin. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. And I'm going to abstain as I did not attend the site visit, but visited on my own.
And
So
Angela, this is Dan. I am going to
Yeah.
abstain because I was not there too, at site visit.
Very good. So the site visit minutes are approved. Now I'll open the regular meeting. There are no new applications to be received for the April the 8th regular meeting, and so we don't need to schedule a site visit. So let's move on now to item 7 on the agenda, application number 24-2, 566 Weed Street, 566 Weed Street LLC, and 588 Weed Street, 588 Weed Street LLC, proposed driveway off Weed Street to access 588 Weed Street, and the agent is William Pollock of Keith Simpson Associates. But I believe Keith Simpson is also present here, so hand it over to you to make your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm Keith Simpson, and I'm here with Bill Pollock from my office. We're the landscape architects for this project. And as was mentioned, it's the location of these properties is 566 and 588 Weed Street, which is just a little bit south of Richmond Hill. The two properties are different in size and also different in zone. The front property, 566 Weed Street, is in the 1 acre zone, and it has 1.5, just over 1.5 acres of land. So it has actually surplus acreage in terms of from a zoning standpoint. 588 Weed Street, which is behind it, is just over 3 acres, extends fairly far back into an area where you may recall some years ago we looked at some work on some wetlands back in that area. But 588 does not have its own driveway or frontage out onto Weed Street. And as 566 in the front has surplus acreage, and it's always been the owner of these two properties, wishes to have not only a dedicated private driveway from 588, the rear lot, out onto Weed Street, which would be their own, entirely owned piece of property that they could operate from, but also there's the opportunity to bring 588 Weed Street into zoning compliance, because at the moment it just is served by a right-of-way over another property which leads to a neighbor. So the purpose of this really is for us to be able to give that 588 property its own driveway and its own legal frontage out onto Weed Street by taking approximately 1/3 of an acre from 566 and creating a fairly familiar kind of access way that we see frequently in New Canaan. And that will give 588 its own not only its own physical driveway, but also its legal frontage out onto Weed Street. We are anticipating that planning and zoning will be pleased to see that development, because they usually like to see as many lots brought into zoning conformance as possible. So the plan is fairly straightforward, really, in that we want to build a 14-foot wide driveway from Weed Street back across that portion, which is currently 566, and take it through the property line from one property to the other in a location where there happens to be a small area of wetland. It's 14 by 25, and it's sort of an isolated pocket, and we really don't have an alternative that's kind of feasible or kind of sensible in our view to going that route. We really want this driveway to hug the the northern property line of 566 so that it does the least amount of disturbance to the 566 property. We obviously want 566 to continue to be a viable building lot. Also, it has a swimming pool back in that area, so we would rather not have the driveway move much off the path which we have planned for it. So we're before you to request permission for us to cross that small piece of wetland, which is really entirely on 588. It's as soon as you cross the driveway, cross the property line, and then the driveway will continue on and be able to go to 588. So I think it's all been very thoroughly worked out engineering-wise. We have the grading, we have the drainage, we have all the layout and everything worked out really carefully. So I'll let Mr. Pollock move to our more technical drawing, which shows that for you so that he can explain the drainage and the technical details of it.
Sure, thanks, Keith. Bill Pollack, landscape architect. Up on the screen right now is the landscape plan rendered to show the driveway area, the lawn areas, and the planting areas as well.
Excuse me, Bill, can you just pull the mic a little closer to your,
Is that better? Is that better?
Much,
Can you hear me now?
yes.
So up on the screen right now is the landscape drawing, shows the new driveway to the south there. And Keith had mentioned the little wetland pocket that's just over the property line between 566 and 588. You'll see we have a significant amount of planting, new planting to go in there. At the moment, it's mostly lawn. There is one evergreen tree which we plan to relocate. And there are also a couple of smaller evergreen trees along the way that we will also relocate. We're adding about 18 new trees and 96 shrubs, all native, all pollinator friendly, and certainly beneficial to wildlife in that area. And at the same time, we're taking out about several dozen, I would say, overgrown large burning bush, invasive burning bush shrubs that were planted years ago. And as far as the grading goes and the drainage, I'll flip to the next drawing. And I'll just add that we have the whole package of drawings on these slides. If anybody has any questions on the rest of them, meaning the engineering drawings, the details, and other things. And this is the site plan that shows the grading. The proposed driveway generally follows the existing grade, minimal cut and fill to install it. And we're pitching the driveway to the south side, away from the neighboring property to the north. We're collecting it in several locations, collecting stormwater in several locations, and putting it into underground Cultec chambers in 4 different spots. That has all been signed off by the town engineer. We have all our erosion controls as well shown on this drawing. We're intending to protect the neighboring properties and the downstream or downslope existing areas that are not to be disturbed. There is the large wetland system Keith talked about to the rear of 588 that we definitely want to protect with erosion controls near the driveway work that we're proposing. And so if there are any questions on any of the drawings or what we've talked about, we'll be happy to talk it through.
Questions from commission?
Beth Sanford, for the record. What is the size of the wetlands?
Can you turn your mic on, please? Beth? That one, press it hard. That's it.
Okay. What is the size of the wetlands that I see here, the little pocket that you referred to?
The little pocket, it's about, I think, 14 by 25.
Yep.
Yeah, this is Dan Stepanek. It seems to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, but why does the driveway move up so far past the driveway into the house there? Why that extension?
Not quite sure what you're saying.
I'm not quite understanding which driveway. So the house at the front is 566. That has an existing driveway that's to remain. Just to the north of that is the proposed driveway.
But I see that, yes. And the driveway goes up, let's say about an inch there, and then it goes into the house. But that driveway continues almost 2 inches on my map. And I believe that's still the driveway that goes up past the house on the right-hand side. Am I?
Oh, no, I can answer. That is correct, Mr. Stepanek. And there is an existing driveway which goes right on through there and connects through to another property owned by the owner of 588. So it's and in fact, is the original historic route of the access to properties to the rear. And that
I
driveway
see.
actually has been in place sort of since, I guess, the turn of the century, turn of last century, since the 1900s.
So that driveway goes right off the map then, basically, in the north. It's
Yes, it does, and it
just
goes
doesn't
over a bridge
show
which
on
we,
the
many
map.
years
Yeah.
ago. Yeah, we built a bridge, I think with your permission, the commission's permission, many years ago. So that driveway does connect through onto that. Will continue. That's correct, yes.
I see, I see.
This is Angela Jameson for the record. Just continuing on that line of questioning from Dan Stepanek. So we have two driveways that are basically parallel to each other. There is already currently an easement to use that driveway on the right-hand side of the map. And now you're proposing a new driveway to the left to join that main driveway, which then extends off to another property. So are there any plans, potential, conceptual, actual, for further development of this series of properties that are owned here for further development?
Well, this application really is limited to these two particular properties. That's the only area that we're requesting anything to be done on. The remaining properties, which are actually under separate legal ownership, there's no plan forthcoming for that. It's a large property, it's private property, and nothing that we may be thought of on that property is part of any application at this stage.
Right, I know the words at this stage.
Right, right. Well, I mean, I just can't predict what anybody who owns a large property might want to do with it in the future. That's really a private matter for them, I think.
But it would definitely be a better entranceway for any prospective further development in the future to have this driveway that goes through properties 566 and 588 rather than relying on the current easement.
Yes, I think the purpose of this is really to move off that easement arrangement, which dates back many years, and we don't really believe that's a very satisfactory arrangement if you have a really good alternative such as this.
Thank you. Do we have any further questions?
This is Commissioner Brunelli for the record. With respect particularly to that pocket of wetlands, what type of equipment is going to be necessary for the construction in that pocket?
How do you want to go?
Sure. We'll be using, I'm sure there'll be an excavator in there to excavate down to create the base course and then do the top course. It's very close to existing grade almost the whole way. So there'll be a limited amount of earthwork generally on the whole driveway construction, but I'm sure they'll have an excavator in there to take off the topsoil and put in the right base course and then to feather the sides and grade it the way that we've shown.
Thank you.
Director Holland?
Just real quick, Maria Coplet, our town engineer, has provided the memo. It was Thursday, actually, regarding the final solutions around the engineering aspects of the driveway, as both Mr. Simpson and Mr. Pollock had mentioned before. But I just wanted to say Maria was not able to be here tonight due to a family obligation, but the record is in regarding her final review of the drainage aspects of the driveway, and she found it to be in compliance with the town drainage policy. Engineering had no further comments regarding the application. So I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions or comments from?
Angela, I have another one here. I'm looking at this.
Yeah.
to the left, is that a stream coming in there? Is that water going out or coming in? And what is that a brook there? Um, you know, I don't know if you can, you know what I'm talking about? The piece of property right in the corner there, and it looks like a stream. I can't tell if it's coming, if the water's coming in to the wetlands or going out of the wetlands.
Dan, there's no stream on 566 or 588. The only small pocket of wetlands, and it might be a little difficult to see, is, yeah, there we go. So Bill is using the pointer to point to the small pocket of wetlands. That is the remnant wetlands that is left on this piece of property. And is that where you were thinking there was a water
No,
course? There's,
I take the arrow and take it to your left, up in that corner up there. No, just go there, keep going up to your left, right in
I
there.
believe it's
Is that
just
a stream of?
go ahead, Bill.
No, that's,
Boulders, isn't it?
yeah, I think that's the property lines between 566, 588, and then the adjoining property. There's no stream channel there.
But
think
there
he's
is
looking at the
there's
graphic
a white,
he's
yeah,
looking at the
right there.
graphic.
Oh,
The
this
tree.
gap right here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
yes.
that's just an artistic rendering,
gap.
throwing things off, I think. Yeah, it's intended to show the wood line, and it goes off the property, so it's not green, it's white, that's all.
The gap in the woods, you know, kind of thing.
Okay, all right.
Good. Director Holland, are there any special conditions that you would recommend?
Just one other thing I just wanted to follow up on. Commissioner Sanford had asked about the square footage. In my staff memo, I roughly calculated what the square footage of the wetlands pocket is. And I had basically, it's a vegetated lawn and garden bed, and it's approximately 650 square feet. And you guys can correct me if my numbers are wrong. The driveway over this portion of wetlands is 14 feet wide by 25 feet long, so approximately 350 square feet. The plan includes revegetation of the area. I honestly, I was awaiting the town engineer's final report, so that took a little bit to get to that point, but we did get there. Marchetti Engineering did a very good job with the overall engineering aspects of the driveway, because the driveway is a new impervious area. Drainage needs to be included. So they have satisfied the town engineer's requirement. In working on this application, the applicant responded to my request for additional soil and erosion controls on the down gradient aspect of the driveway leading towards the much larger wetlands. So I think Bill did cover that in his presentation, that additional soil and erosion controls were added to that area. It's all about best management practices and following, the plan that has been prepared here, and very careful aspect of engineering. There's quite a bit of engineering involved in the radius of the driveway, the turn of the driveway. I learned a lot, so it was quite a bit. I think it has been well developed and demonstrated. It is a small incursion into the wetlands in order to accommodate the driveway. It's an isolated pocket of wetlands, so it's not connected to another wetlands that's contributing to a larger area. I honestly I could not think of any wetland-related special conditions. I don't know if you're required to do an as-built of the driveway. Likely that could be a planning and zoning requirement. Certainly you guys could require an as-built of the driveway upon completion, which would verify the width and its location. So thinking out loud, that might be a beneficial special condition.
Thank you. So if we have no further questions from the commission, would somebody like to make a motion?
Yes, Commissioner Redden, I'll make a motion to approve IW 24-2 with the condition of an as-built survey post per Kathleen Holland. I mean, I think I've done a site visit. I think there's no alternatives because it's a residence. This is not a commercial property, and I think it's very well thought out.
Do I have a second? Commissioner Woike seconds the motion. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
So
Aye.
that is,
Dan is yes.
yes.
He's got his hand raised.
So the motion is approved unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now we will move on to application 24-6, 848 Weed Street, the town of New Canaan. Installation of a new walkway and boardwalk in the southwest corner of the property, as well as the installation of new hillside terrace on the embankment behind the Gores Pavilion. And the agent is Tiger Man, Director of Public Works. We'll just give him a minute or two to get set up here and then ask him to make the presentation.
Hey, Bill, do you mind sitting over by the other mic? This way you both have your own mics. Bill, sit again.
Hi.
Good
Well, thanks
evening.
for having us. Tiger
Our
Man, Tiger Man, Director of Public Works. I am joined by several members of the Garden Club, Julie Marcus, Anna Hutchins, Tori Frazier, Judy Neville, Diana Ferguson, and Donna Howard. They're either current presidents, past presidents, or chairman of the Irwin Committee. But they're here with us. I'm joined at the table by Bill Kenny from William Kenny Associates. And then on screen is Mike Segan and Grant Wasapio from Richter and Segan. As you mentioned, we have work at Irwin. It's a long-standing idea that we've had, was to install a wetland boardwalk. It was actually part of the original master plan back when we acquired the property in 2007, as well as the installation of a hillside terrace. I'm going to let Mike and Grant walk you through the project. Bill's here in case there's any wetland questions, and I'm here as well. And if there's anything else we can offer, we're happy. Mike, you wanna take over for us?
Will do. Thank you, Tiger.
Thank you.
Good eve. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Good evening. I'm Mike Segan with Richter and Segan. We are landscape architects on the project team, representing, as Tiger mentioned, the town and the Canaan Garden Club. And as many of you probably know, the Garden Club has been stewards of the park since its initial inception. Next. As Tiger mentioned, the application is for improvements to Irwin Park, specifically the boardwalk and hillside terrace. The 36-acre park is located in the heart of New Canaan at the corner of Weed, Wahackamy Road, and is surrounded by single-family residences. The red ovals locate the two project areas within the park. These areas are on the west side or the sloping back side of the park. Next. Existing improvements on the park property include 3 historic buildings, the Irwin House, the Gores Pavilion, and a barn, along with drives, the parking areas, and the walking trails. The focus of the park is passive recreation, education, and art. And the 2 projects proposed reinforce the Garden Club's intent to further those 3 goals. The plan shows the different landscape characteristics of the 2 project areas in the red ovals. The proposed hillside terrace at the top is located in mostly meadow and grassy area in the slope below the Gores Pavilion. And the woodland boardwalk project is located in what is a sloping woodland in the southwest corner of the park, although it's not fully woodland as you'll see in some of the photographs. Next. Our office prepared a master plan for the park in 2006 when it first was acquired by the town. initial implementation phases of the plan involved park entrances, circulation and parking, and a multi-use perimeter loop trail that acts as an organizing element for the park circulation. The initial idea or seed for the two improvement areas that are the focus of this application were a component of this early 2006 master plan. Next. That flexi paved path that was installed by the garden club early on, it is really a heavily used perimeter trail. And it's always encouraging when I visit the park to see more and more visitors that use this trail. It's a pervious paved area, and it provides access to both of the project areas that are part of the application tonight. The two proposed areas provide unique and different destination points in the park and will enhance the park's opportunities for walking, hiking, and nature observation. And they recently completed an updated Stimson Master Plan spearheaded by the Garden Club. The Hillside Terrace and Boardwalk were designated as priorities and the next projects to be gone after. Next. We had a detailed survey completed for the back portion of the park where the two projects are located. Existing vegetation, topography, and existing site improvements were located. The wetlands were located and evaluated by Bill Kenny, who will follow my presentation and discuss his wetlands evaluation impact assessment. Next. Here is the illustrative plan for the proposed projects shown together on the western side of the park. I'm going to start with a quick overview of the Hillside Terrace, which is a secondary project to be installed at a later time, and end with the Woodland Boardwalk, which is the Garden Club's primary project and highest priority. Next. Here's a survey of the Hillside Terrace showing the sloping topography in the meadow below the Gorse Pavilion. The closest wetland is downslope near the bottom of the meadow. For this project, there is no proposed activity in the regulated area, but we are including this in the application due to the presence of the wetland downslope and as part of the overall proposal here as part of the Garden Club's intent to move forward at some point. Next, here is the Hillside Terrace site plan showing the terracing created, alternating flat and sloped lawn areas, creating an amphitheater effect on the hillside. In addition, an earthwork sculpture is integrated within the terrace grading and marks the entry to the area from the perimeter path. Again, the activities in this area are well outside the wetlands upland review area. Sediment and erosion control measures will prevent any impact downslope to the wetlands, along with the hillside's high-quality vegetative buffer between the project area and the wetlands. Add additional protection. Next. Here are some inspiration images for the grass hillside terracing and what is envisioned. It's similar to what we are trying to create with the project that was just illustrated. The photo at the lower left is similar in its rounded form to our proposed earthwork sculpturing and is an inspiration image from a Native American mounding in the Midwest. Next. The second and main project as part of this application is the Woodland Boardwalk, shown here in the Stimson Master Plan update. Next. Here is a 3D image that was produced as part of this master plan study by Stimson, showing the proposed boardwalk located off the existing flexi paved trail in that area in the southwest corner of the park. There's a bit of artistic license here, as if you've been out there, and I know most of the commission members were. There are many more open areas than kind of is implied in the sketch. Next. Here are some examples of the actual boardwalks built similar to the concepts for this project. The boardwalk would be elevated on a diamond pier footing, similar to the one recently built at the Bristow Sanctuary. The width would be a wider 8 feet to allow for safe passage, including strollers, and the high use that's anticipated in this park and part of the park's trail system. Next. Here is a survey for the Woodland Boardwalk area showing the isolated map wetland in the central portion. It's shown here, it's 13,840 square feet, so it's not all that large. Some of the notable trees that the boardwalk has been designed around are also earmarked here, and I'll show photographs of those. And this also shows, if you look at the topography, how this is sloping terrain, and it's really a hillside seepage wetland. Next. Here are some of the notable trees. The one on the left, a quad or 4-stem red maple, which the path comes really under almost. A large mature oak, the boardwalk design features. In the upper right is a multi-stem sugar maple along the path. Many of the more mature trees are along the park's back border, really shown on the bottom right. Next. Much of the project area is covered with invasives, including vines growing into trees. The vines and climbing invasives growing in trees will be removed within the project limits. The photo in the upper right shows a mostly open shrub and meadow wetland, which contains a pocket of Phragmites. Next. Here is the concept plan for the Woodland Boardwalk. The main feature is a 900-foot long by 8-foot wide elevated wood boardwalk. The boardwalk is horseshoe shaped. The south upper entrance begins at an overlook off the existing flexi-paved trail. It does have an overlook resting spot along the trail with a bench, and it's a great spot to kind of view the entire wetland boardwalk area. The boardwalk extends through portions of the upland woodland area, the wetlands and wetland buffer, before returning to the existing flexi-paved walking trail in lower north entry. A native evergreen tree grove is proposed in 2 locations to act as a buffer or screen for 2 adjacent neighbors' home sites. An educational interpretive signage will be located at 3 distinct points in the project area. One at the north lower trail entry, one at the south upper trail entry, and one at the wetland overlook observation deck. The wetland overlook observation area for wetland viewing activities was designed around that existing mature oak I just showed. Unfortunately, when we were able to actually clear a path through the invasives to observe the tree close up, it was determined that the tree should be removed because of significant damage to its main trunk. Assuming the tree has to be removed, it will be replaced with a similar species or possibly even a tree sculpture that we're considering. Next. While a final decision has not been made, tree sculpture is being considered for that large oak that most likely will have to be removed. Here are some inspiration images for possibilities. While an artist hasn't been selected at this point, the 2 upper left photos show a proposed tree sculpture that was proposed to replace or for a historic oak that was badly damaged and had to be removed in Bushnell Park in Hartford. This is kind of an interesting way a throne was created in the shape of the oak leaf. And I think this is one from the charter oak, as a matter of fact, this tree from the original charter oak. The tree sculpture in this part of the park would further the park's overall master plan goal of featuring and adding art and artwork around the park and providing more varied experiences within the park, and would provide a kind of neat linkage to this once majestic tree that was there. Next. These sets of photos show the two entrances to the boardwalk off the trail. These will look familiar for the commission members that were at our site visit last week. The proposed path was staked, and John Howe was good enough to open a path through the really heavy invasive growth that was really impenetrable. It was very difficult to get into the site at all. The photo at the top, two photos at the top, are the lower or north boardwalk entry. The photo on the left is existing condition, and the one on the right is where the path was staked. And the photo at the bottom are the south or upper boardwalk entry. The lower photo is where the hillside overlook is proposed, which would include a bench with a good viewing of the entire wetland area that's downslope. You can see the photo on the lower left, just the invasives that were there. You couldn't even see into the area. Next. This site preparation plan shows a silt fence to be installed around the interior and exterior limits of the site disturbance associated with the boardwalk construction and around the area of grading for the hillside overlook and south entry, as well as for the area for screening plantings as well. Next. The grading plan shows the limited grading for the project, which is limited to the hillside overlook and at the start of the south or upper entry. The grading here allows us to maintain an accessible walk grade throughout the full length of the boardwalk. This is consistent with all the other trails in the park that are fully accessible. Next. The revegetation and planting plan shows the revegetation of the disturbed areas, which will be done with a restoration seeding applied with a drill seeder. All new plantings, including the neighborhood screening, are native vegetation. Next. These sections illustrate how the boardwalk is constructed and its relationship to existing grade. It will be constructed on diamond piers similar to the Bristow boardwalk. The diamond pier installation will have minimal disturbance and impact to the wetland floor. The raised boardwalk will allow free flow of stormwater as it moves downslope from east to west through the system. The boardwalk surface is pervious and is constructed with spaced planks and voids to allow passage of rainwater. Next. This drawing summarizes the activity in the wetlands and regulated area. The total amount of activity in upland review for the boardwalk construction and grading at the overlook is about 42,703 square feet, or a little bit less than an acre. The total amount of activity directly in the wetlands is 1,765 square feet, or 0.04 acres, to provide access for construction of the boardwalk crossing, which is about 212 square feet, and a portion of the boardwalk's wetland viewing area. Next. This plan shows the construction phasing for the projects. The woodland boardwalk, shown in green, would be constructed in the initial phase, along with the hillside overlook and the neighbors screening. Construction access would be from a secondary entrance off Wahakamie Road to minimize disruption to existing park improvements and park users and activities. The boardwalk construction and vegetation management work within the wetlands will be completed with the use of hand tools and low ground pressure track vehicles to minimize soil compaction. Vehicular use will be limited to dry periods. The hillside terrace will be done at a later phase, and that's shown in the beige as funding becomes available. We are requesting a 10-year construction completion window to allow flexibility for the project's completion. Next. That concludes my presentation, an overview of the two projects. And what I'd like to do now is turn it over to Bill Kenny, who will give a brief overview of his wetland evaluation impact analysis for both projects. Bill?
Thanks, Mike.
Good evening. I'm Bill Kenny, the principal of William Kenny Associates in Fairfield. I'm a professional wetland scientist, soil scientist, and landscape architect. We were retained to help with this project in a number of different ways. First, in 2022, we were retained to review the western portion of the park and identify and delineate where inland wetlands were located. So we did that in 2022. And this past year, 2023, end of the year, we were retained to help with the refinement of this design and assessing the wetlands, looking inventory and assess the wetland conditions, and work with the design team to make this as low impact as possible. In summary, I do find that this project can be completed in a way that will avoid any long-term impacts. There'll be temporary impacts in the short term to construct it, but they're very minimal. That of the 900-foot length of boardwalk, most of it is outside the 50-foot upland review area, and maybe less than 50 linear feet is within the wetland areas between the viewing area. So much of that boardwalk is in upland dry area. The wetland itself is a classic seepage wetland on the side of a drumlin, where you get water subsurface, shallow subsurface water flowing down in the soils of that drumlin, and where the surface land levels out a bit, then you get water breaks out and creates a wetland. And then if the land slopes off more steeply again, that water just sort of disappears back into the ground. So you end up with an isolated feature like this on the side of a hill. And it's a relatively young woodland, early successional woodland. Many of the early successional species you would see, the eastern red cedar, there's ash. A lot of the ash have died due to the emerald ash borer, but there's many oaks and maples there. The trees are primarily native, and unfortunately the shrub layer and ground layer is quite a bit of invasive, which is very typical for the world we live in Fairfield County. But the project, it's great that they're using native plantings. Richter and Segan's team and the town has worked very hard to minimize any activities that could hurt the wetland, and so it's a good project, provides access. The wetland is, as far as its quality, it's sub average, but this will be a nice way to help improve it and provide access to the public. Please answer any questions you might have.
Thank you both for your presentation. Commission members, you have questions or comments?
Angela, I have a question. Yeah, this
Please
is
go
Dan.
ahead.
This is Dan Stepanek. It kind of bring me up to date, Bill. I use that. I walk there, run there on a somewhat frequent basis, and there used to be signs there that said, "Preserve these. Don't cut the milkweeds because of the monarch butterflies like to use it as a stopover." I don't know what the town's policy is on that now, but I see that some of those milkweeds are being cut down. I'm just wondering, are there any milkweeds in there that need to be preserved if the town's policy is to continue to preserve the milkweeds?
The east of the existing paved path that meadow is beautiful, and looks very healthy. And I think if there's milkweed, it's primarily in that meadow area. In this woodland area, there may be a few plants, but due to the shade and due to the invasive ground cover that exists there, I don't believe that I'm sure there's a few, but very few, if any, milkweed.
Dan, if I may, sorry, Bill, those signs were planted by a concerned resident, concerned with our mowing schedule of the meadow itself, not near where the woodland boardwalk is. We're on a very limited basis as far as our mowing schedule, and it really comes down to availability from our staff. And they were concerned that we were mowing at an incorrect time. They wanted to see us allow the the monarch butterflies a little bit further time to, of the season before we plant, before we cut anything in the meadow. We've
Right.
had discussions with those, with the interested parties. There were several, and we've amended our mowing policies associated with that.
Beth Sanford, I have a question. In terms of the pin oak, which is, that you've centered the whole feature around that's dead or dying, what is the plan in terms of when would you take that down? And, what would be the whole process with replacing that with either another tree or the sculpture?
The thought being is that the tree warden has evaluated it at one time. So he was there after we were able to cut open the area so he could come in and see it. And he's of the opinion that unfortunately it's in demise. So it'll likely have to come down based upon, if we're granted permission to put this boardwalk in, then that tree becomes a hazard in essence, because we'll have people walking through it. At that time, we'll make the determination as to whether or not to replace in kind, or if we can, if the base of the tree itself is adequate enough and can withstand it, and we can find a suitable replacement as far as a sculpture, then we would search that avenue at present. We're not married to either idea. If the commission has an idea, we're welcome to listen. But at present, we know that tree will likely have to come down. And at first we thought, well, let's just replant a suitable species again to keep we felt strongly that we wanted to keep that overlook, because that kind of brings you towards the wetland, allows you to have a little area of respite, things of that nature. One of the reasons why we chose that originally. And it would be nice maybe to have a sculpture. There are other sculptures in and around the park itself. There's an entire sculpture garden up by the house that kind of ties everything together and kind of is in keeping with the passive idea of Irwin itself as a passive recreation area. But we're not married to either at present. It really comes down to whether or not we could find a suitable sculpture to create. And if not, we can always resort back to just, reinstalling a suitable species there, probably the same that we left, or.
And would that be done before you build?
We would likely have to make a decision at that point in time. I wouldn't want to have to come in and try to dig in between that, before I put that boardwalk out and around it, if we're granted that. So we would have to come up with that decision at that time. We'll know a little bit more when the tree warden evaluates it, and if we, and then when it's caused to be removed, we'll know exactly its condition at the base. If the base is not good, then it wouldn't be in our best interest to put a sculpture, to create a sculpture, because then it would just rot away from us at that point in time. But we'll know a little bit more as we get closer. As I said, if the commission if the commission would want to see another tree there, we can certainly look at that option. That's not, we haven't, like I said, we're not married to either decision.
This is Angela Jameson for the record. Tiger, could you just confirm the plan to take down that tree? If this boardwalk wasn't going to be constructed, would there be a need to remove this tree, or is it just because there is going to be a boardwalk and it could cause potentially a danger to pedestrians on the boardwalk?
That's in essence the problem. If we choose to put pedestrians near that, then we have to evaluate it as whether or not it's a hazard. If it was to fall in its present location with no trail around it and no thought to have a trail, it would fall into the woodland, and we would likely leave it.
Right. So is that oak currently dying or in disease?
Yes. Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
it looks like it had a lightning strike associated with it. It's been trying very hard to compartmentalize, but it hasn't been able to seal that wound. And if we were to proceed forward, we would have to remove the tree. At that point in time, if the commission wanted to see us replant another one in its place, then we would do so. If the commission left it up to us to make it a sculpture or a new planting, then we would decide at that time.
So this is my personal view.
Sure.
What I really like about that area of Owen as it currently stands is that it's very natural. It's not a manicured park in any sense of the word. And personally, I would love to see another tree planted rather than a man-made object, a sculpture. But that's my personal view, and maybe other commission members feel differently.
Well, Commissioner Redden, for the record, I know that piece of property, and I was on the site visit. The invasive vines have completely choked out anything, and I'm not a tree warden, but that tree is not going to last long. So just, I think a site visit for everybody would be encouraged, but the overgrowth of invasive vines is really an eyesore, and I don't think it's healthy for anything trying to grow naturally.
This is Angela Jameson for the record. I would just like to concur that there seem to be an awful lot of invasive vines on trees in Irwin Park as well as in some other town properties. Nowhere near the wetlands, but it's not good for the canopy that we all really value.
We've noticed as well as the Garden Club has been asking for us to take care of them. We've had several years in a row having a contractor come in and cut majority of the vines down that were not in a wetland area, predominantly in the upland area or along the meadow in and around Gore's Pavilion and around that area. So we've been trying very hard to manage that. This area itself was almost impenetrable for us until John was able to cut it down. We couldn't see the topography in order to be actually able to do the design without actually coming in to kind of recut that area. At that point in time, if we're allowed permission to put this boardwalk in, there would be some room either side to then allow us to allow men to get in there to take care of even more of the work that is needed, as you mentioned.
And while we're on the subject of invasives, I recall that Phragmites were mentioned. Are there any plans to rid this area of other invasives?
We're trying. The Garden Club was instrumental in bringing goats in for about 3 years. We think that did a good amount of work in the area. We were able to replant those areas. And that it is part of our overall plan to try to continue. Invasive management is very, very difficult, if you will, and very costly. But it is our idea to try to come in and expand that work to further reaches of this park and others that we have, because we're noticing, as Bill mentioned, we're noticing that we've got invasive in other parks as well, unfortunately.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Tiger, this is Dan again. I got 2 questions. Describe an overlook. Is that built higher than the boardwalk? And describe it if you would for us.
Mike, would you like to take that?
Sure. Are you talking about the hillside overlook?
Well, you got 3 here. You got 3. I
Yeah.
see at least
Well,
3.
Well, let me start with the hillside overlook is actually off the flexi-paved path. And it's really a spot really where that south entrance or upper entrance to the boardwalk is. But it's a good, prominent, high location that looks down over the wetland area. So that's that. There are a couple smaller kind of just where the boardwalk widens out along the way if someone wanted to sit. And there's one there, the pointers too, and then one on the other side as well. And then the wood or the overlook that's down, yes, around that pin oak that's there is really a sort of destination spot when you get to the back of the wetland area where you can come out and view and look over the wetlands itself. So that's the sort of function of the 3. And there'd be places to sit in all 3 spots, benches.
I see. Yeah. Is this plan, is it going to replace many bird nests and birds? Are you going to have to, I hate to say kill birds, but is it going to hurt the bird population in the park there at all?
I'll let Bill respond to that.
Overall, with the introduction of more native plantings, that'll help in some way. But there will be, with the clearing of some of the undergrowth, you eliminate some habitat that invasive shrub layer is providing, albeit limited. And I would say that there is, the species that use that area are relatively common to the area. Like, for example, the wetland is in a vernal pool where it's providing critical habitat or special habitat. And so I think by adding the invasive plants, that's a benefit for the habitat for birds and other animals.
This is Angela Jameson for the record. Bill, I think you mean if adding native
Native
plants
Yes.
rather than invasive plants.
Did I say
which is-
invasive?
Yeah,
I'm
you did.
afraid you did, yes.
Better fire
You
me.
did.
Adding native.
Beth Sanford here, the question. I'm just curious, when you finally got back there and found out that the pin oak was failing, did you give some consideration, and this might go to Mike, to redesigning where the overlook is or the viewing spot is? Because that is that does go a little bit onto the wetlands there.
Well, we did give consideration to actually removing the overlook at that point in time, but we felt that it was a nice area of respite for someone to come off the path and have an area to, for quiet reflection, which is what, like I said before, Irwin is mostly about passive recreation. So we felt that at that point in time strongly to maintain that as a destination point. We were quite disappointed that we saw, because it's the backside of that tree, right? You couldn't see it from the trail itself. So it was the backside of the tree. So we were quite disappointed, thought about taking the overlook out, and then thought better of it, to be honest, and thought that this would be a nice destination for someone or group to come and, and have an area to, when you're down there, you don't even realize that you're, as we did our walk, and each time I've been down there, you don't even notice that you're in the park proper. At that point in time, it's nice and quiet, it's serene. We felt that area would do exactly that, kind of give you an even further enclave to an area that's already quite peaceful. So at that point in time, we felt that we should include it.
Beth Sanford again with another question, probably for Bill, which is, when you plant the native plants, will you be able to protect them from the invasives? And will there be some measures that are going to be needed to ensure that they, survive and sustain themselves?
Control of the invasives is ongoing. 50 years ago, you could put aside an open space and leave it, but not anymore. Pretty much every bit of land needs some level of management these days. And I think you always have to prioritize, because there's just so much of it. So, like, for example, I think the planting of trees is very helpful in this area, because over time there's more and more shade, and although some natives will live in this shade, many want that they thrive in the full sun. So it's very helpful, and the trees are easier to get established within having an invasive population nearby. So if you keep the vines off of them, let them keep growing and getting bigger, and their canopy growing and getting more shade over time, then it becomes easier and easier to deal with the invasives that may still be at the ground plane. And so it's you need to have some, in the beginning there'll be a little bit more maintenance, but over time there'll be less and less maintenance.
Right, we've noted that at the Gentium Meadow as well. So the Gentium Meadow that was recreated, excuse me, by the Conservancy, it's been an ongoing maintenance. So they have, as well as the town, has put monies towards that maintenance. And we would do the exact same here. If we're able to then kind of, I won't say recapture this area, but utilize this area, since it was part of the original plan in 2007, and the sole reason why it was cut out at that time was budgetary reasons. We just didn't have enough money to create the entire loop around Irwin, if you will. And I don't know if you remember, but it was 3 phases. So for that original loop, we were able to do the original loop, then had to come back in, do flexi-pave on one side along the exit drive, and then flexi-pave along the great lawn area along the wall. So it was actually 3 phases for the original. So we just didn't have enough money to take care of this area at that time. And it's been on our list of things because it is an area, it is a very nice area of the park that we would like to recapture. And at that point in time, we would have access and our staff could get in a little bit easier and take care of and manage whatever's planting is there to make sure that it gets established at that point and use that as a springboard, if you will, to manage some of the other invasives in that area.
This is Angela Jameson for the record, and I note that the application asks for a 10-year construction window, and I wanted to ask Director Holland if we have provided windows of that length of time in the past, because it strikes me as a long time. None of us know exactly what the situation is going to be in 10 years, and probably the entire Inland Wetland Commission will have turned over.
True. Oftentimes on town projects, when they have multiple phases of activities, and this project has that, as Mr. Segan spoke about, the priority right now is the Woodland Boardwalk, I believe.
That's correct.
The garden folk are nodding their head yes. And in order to do town projects have a much longer review period for these types of projects and the funding aspects of it and everything that comes together. So I probably suggested a 10-year permit when we met with them previously because of the timing, how long these projects do take to come together. If you're uncomfortable with that, you can back it down. Right now, you have a 5-year permit on these projects. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure we have some town projects that are coming up against some of those five-year limits right now. So I would say certainly the applicant should return to the commission if the project A doesn't go forward or changes in any scope, and I believe that would be something that would happen as of communications between staff. So we have issued 10-year permits specifically for, I can say, town projects and probably some others that are not coming to mind just yet. I did want to ask one question, if that's all right. Sure. I'm not sure who this question is for, Mike or Tiger. Do you have an estimated time period that it would take to actually implement the boardwalk from start to finish? I don't know if you've gotten that far in your thoughts on that.
Slightly. Mike, you want to answer?
Well, I would think probably within at most a 2-3 month period. And
I would agree.
So that, do you mean 2 to 3 months if you were approved to start, or 2 to 3 months from beginning to finish?
From beginning of construction to finish.
Correct.
Okay. And depending on the season, obviously, sometimes the landscaping might have to come at a later date, so.
That's correct.
Yes.
So depending on how things rolled out. Okay, that's helpful. And then I just had one other observation. I believe possibly Mike spoke about it. He spoke about installing 3 educational signage, which I think one aspect of this commission is to provide educational opportunities. So I'm encouraged that there'll be some educational opportunity within the park, hopefully regarding wetland.
That was the reason for it, to be honest. And we can look to you for guidance as well at that time. But we felt it was important to specifically at the 3 areas, right? Your 2 entrances, and then at the overlook at the area around the existing tree. For that reason, to try to help. And at that point in time, we would look to you and the commission to help guide whatever, we would see. We did that at Bristow. We're looking to do it at Bristow. Same exact thing here. We think that anything that could help to, increase the overall knowledge of everyone and what they're visiting and why, we think would be a benefit. So we were happy to have that included in the plan.
And just one last observation, I think Commissioner Redden alluded to as well. The vines are particularly aggressive. We know that. I think everyone has vine issues on their property. Management of vines is, if just for public works aspect, when you have free time, we would encourage you to cut the vines at the bottom, obviously following the tree warden's observations on that, and then periodically pulling them out. That you can do all day long without any issues, because if you're going to try to preserve the trees that are doing well in around the wetlands, certainly we would like you to be able to do that. So just
Thank
to
you.
clear that up. And I know Mr. Seegan has a very defined area of what he's going to be doing, because he did talk about it. There will be vine removal in the project limits, and he did have a slide that showed exactly where that was going to be happening. And I know this particular area of the park really wasn't able to be accessed because there was so much growth down in that area. So I would encourage additional vine removal to try to preserve the trees that might be able to be saved down in that lower quadrant, so to speak.
That's been our goal as well. We appreciate that. And we've been employing that exact technique, which is we'd have contractor or our staff go around, cut them at the base, and then as they die, try to pull them off. Usually about a year later, we actually removing, right? So we cut them 1 year and come back and take them down the next year as they're starting to release from the tree. And we agree that they're quite pervasive throughout the park. The park is quite large, but it is quite pervasive at times, and we are working towards it. We've been spending money annually. It's just a question of trying to stay ahead of it, so to speak.
Absolutely.
Angela Jameson, for the record. Director Holland, I mean, that you raise a very good point here about additional work around the wetlands to remove those invasive vines. Should we perhaps be considering that as a special condition? That's a question.
So it actually is included in, if I'm not correct, Mr. Seegan actually mentioned it. And if Mike, you were able to go back to that slide that showed your scope of activity. So
Yes, you're correct. We are proposing to remove all the invasive vines and trees within the project area, including the entire area inside the boardwalk and to the outside limits of the project, outside the boardwalk. So yes, we fully intend to do that as part of this project.
Kathleen, this is Dan. Let's go to the hillside terrace. There's no wetlands on the hillside terrace. Is that correct?
that's correct. The applicant indicated the overall remaining aspects of a master plan, and it includes the hillside terrace. The hillside terrace is pretty far outside of the upland review area.
Grant, you might want to bring that plan up. Just
Yeah,
shows.
because I don't think I've got some questions about that, but there's nothing that we can really do about that from what I see.
No, it is outside of your review area.
Yeah.
Specific for this project. It was sort of shown as a overall master plan for the property.
Yeah, we wanted you to be aware of it. That way everyone was aware of what we were doing at the park, so that there was you could see it in totality. So while you're here looking at one, you don't think that we were then, we'll come back and do this work. We wanted everyone to see it in totality for this entire area, even though, to your point, it is outside the area. We wanted the commission to be aware of everything that we were proposing at the time when we came in for a permit.
Who approves the hillside terrace? Is that the garden club? Or
It'll have to.
you do, or I just don't see that, quite frankly. It's just a collector of water in the rain, it would seem to me, and I'm sure that it's been thought through, and I haven't even thought about that much, but your diagram looks great with people sunning themselves out there and reading a book, but boy, I'm telling you, I can't. I don't see the use for that, quite frankly, but it's out of our preview, but that's my.
Dan, it will go through a review by the Planning and Zoning Commission due to the amount of disturbance. So Planning and Zoning will be reviewing it, and probably Parks and Rec.
Park and Rec will have to sign up as, And then
Parks and
will have
Rec, Tiger, if you recall, we presented Parks and Rec and they did approve the two projects.
That's correct. And then from there, any contract that would be established on the property itself regarding a funding source would go back to the Board of Selectmen. And if it was a funding source outside of the town budget, it would have to go to the council as well, underneath what's called the Bach Amendment. So there are several steps to go forward. We do feel that we don't feel that it'll gather water. We think it'll be a cascading effect, just be a series of mown terraces, if you will, to allow water to flow naturally down the hillside. But it'll be a nice gathering area that does gather quite a bit of sun. And it is a nice area, again, for reflection or for people to gather and, commune quietly, so to speak. But it is
And
a
the
future
top-
plan. It's not a present.
The top part by the Gore's Pavilion where the seawalls are is just a great overlook of the entire meadow area as well.
Angela Jameson, for the record. So I expressed my personal preference to have a tree or trees planted when that pin oak comes down rather than a sculpture. Just want to see if any other members of the commission would like to express their personal views, personal preference.
I agree with you, Commissioner Redden. I'd love to see a tree there. I don't know that that's for us to say, but the garden club.
Well, we were invited to express a view
Right.
by the applicant, and
were.
thank you very much for that invitation. So I think we can respond to that.
I'd love to see a tree there, and I think I think it's a well thought out plan, and having walked that site, those are, in my terms, very sad wetlands that I think with a little cleanup could actually be really beneficial and become back to the kind of the wetlands they may have been at one point in the past. They're choked out right now.
Anybody else want to express a view?
No,
Well,
I
to your
I
point,
agree
Ms.
with you
Jameson.
too, Angela. Angela, I agree with you too. Let's, let's plant some trees if they're needed, and I think they are needed, quite frankly.
Very good. Do we have any more questions or comments before we try to wrap this one up? Does the applicant want to say anything further?
Well, all set on my end. Thank you.
Judy, do you have any comments, or you okay? Okay, the only thing I will add is that we share your idea about a tree and not a sculpture. So if you're looking at it from my standpoint and my vote, I share it with you. But we thank you for the opportunity to show you our plans for the area. We think it'll be a very nice addition to the park, a very nice addition to to increase the area of quiet reflection in the park, and actually bring some notice to the wetlands that are there, that people probably, they go unnoticed at present because you just can't see them. So we
I
think
got
it's a
one
very
more
worthy
question.
project. Sure.
This is Dan again. To the south, the neighbors that live to the south, I don't know how close they live to the property line there, but I'm assuming they've been notified that this is a possibility.
That's correct. Not only have they been notified due to the application process, but we were in communication, the garden club was in communication with the residents both to the south and to the west. I've spoken directly with the resident to the west on numerous occasions about the park itself and about this project. And he's in favor of the project. He would like to see some screening that we've put in. We've included in the plan, but he's in favor of the project itself.
Good. All right.
Thank you. So if no more questions or comments from the commission or Director Holland, would somebody like to make a motion?
Before you do that, I think you should add the special condition that it is a 10-year permit. So if you're going to adopt the 10-year permit, it should be as a special condition.
So this is Angela Jameson for the record. I'm very happy to propose that we should permit this application, which in my view will enhance the passive enjoyment of Irwin Park, and adding as a special condition the 10-year construction period.
I will second the motion. That's Sanford.
All those in favor, please raise
Aye.
your hand. Aye.
Aye.
So that is passed unanimously.
Oh, thank you very much.
So much.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's do a break. Well, why don't we roll right into it and perhaps do a break later? Okay, so now we move to item number 9, and I open the continuation of the public hearing relating to application number 23-24-14, 377 North Wilton Road, St. Luke's Foundation. As we know, the plan is to construct a new synthetic turf field on top of proposed parking structure and reconfigure the parking lot north of Watson Field into a corral parking area. So just before we invite further presentations, I just want to mention a couple of things that we now have a notice of intervention by Sarah Pierce, one of the abutters to St. Luke's School and the property in question that was submitted via Attorney Green. So that's item number 1. We have, of course, heard a lot from Attorney Green and the team that he has put together. So there is no need, we hope, to be repetitive. And when the opportunity comes for Attorney Green and team to present their latest submissions to the commission, I would ask that please to keep it brief and to avoid repetition. So the structure that we'll have for this particular part of the public hearing is we will invite the intervener to lead off, and then that will be followed by the applicant's rebuttal. Of course, the applicant always has the last word, and we have already heard from the public at previous meetings. And then in addition, there are letters from members of the public that have been filed online at the town's website. So not planning to have at this stage any additional commentary unless anybody wants to make it clear that they would like to say more. So the plan would be to try and wrap up the public hearing this evening because we are beginning to run out of time. And this has been going on for a very number of months now. So I would ask everyone to be concise and to the point. So before I invite Attorney Green to take the floor.
Do you want me to do this as well? Do you want me to get this on the record too?
Yeah. So one additional item that I'd like to put on the record is that we have received a report from the town engineer who has reviewed the supplemental information. That is part of the record. Maria Copland unfortunately can't join us this evening due to a family circumstance. Director Holland, anything you wanted to add either in relation to the notice of intervention or the town engineer's report at this stage?
No, I believe you've covered all the business part of this. It seems like Attorney.
Yes,
Sydney might have
absolutely. So
something to say.
before I invite Attorney Green and team to take the floor, it looks like Attorney Finn would like to make a couple of comments.
Yes, just a couple of points of order before proceeding further. So with regard to the notice.
Kathleen, we can't hear him.
Could you turn the mic on just by pressing until the light turns green? That's it, great.
You can pull it close to you as well.
And if you could start all over again, please.
Sure. Mr. Stepana, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
All right. So a point of order with regard to the notice of intervention. So this is for the record, and I hope the commission will consider this position I'm going to espouse at this point. This application was filed back in October of 2023. And the public hearing opened on this application on December 18th of 2023. That was over 3 months ago, or approximately 3 months ago. The Pierces, who are the intervener here, or Ms. Pierces, who is the intervener here, was also made aware of the intent to file this application regarding this project at a neighbor meeting with St. Luke's School in the fall of 2023. In addition, Ms. Pierce have had the unrestricted ability to present their position to this commission and have had their experts address this meeting extensively on January 22nd, 2024, which was about 2 months ago. Their presentation at that time lasted about 2 hours. In addition, the Pierces have had ample opportunity to submit numerous exhibits into the record. At the conclusion of the hearing on January 22nd, 24, Acting Chair Jameson stated that the next hearing would be devoted to the applicant's rebuttal with an eye towards closing the hearing at the conclusion of our rebuttal. And at that hearing, I also discussed concerns about the timing of closing the public hearing. The notice to intervene was filed this Friday. Notices to intervene must be filed on a timely basis. The necessity for showing a would-be intervener made a timely request for intervention involves a determination of how long the intervener was aware of an interest before he or she tried to intervene. In addition, in deciding whether a notice of intervention is timely, any prejudicial effect of the intervention on the existing parties should be taken into effect. And you should also take into effect any prejudicial effect on the denial of Ms. Pierce's notice to intervene. All these factors would support denying the intervention that was filed 1 business day ago. The Pierces got notice in October. They've had more than enough time to present their position, including submitting many exhibits into the record. On the other hand, this prejudice to my client is significant. Depending on what the Pierces are allowed to present at this late date, may prevent closing the public hearing before the statutory period for doing so elapses. There's no legitimate basis to allow an intervention at this late date. In addition, as you may know, about 11 exhibits were submitted by Mr. Green this Friday at around between 3 and 4 o'clock. Again, about 1 business day before we were supposed to appear before you today. I suggest to you that this violates all reasonable positions with regard to fundamental fairness, and that it is an abuse to allow these kinds of strategies to be used to postpone closing the public hearing and trying to handicap the applicant's ability to respond to these claims. This is a decision for the commission, perhaps with advice of counsel. If you are inclined to allow the notice of intervention to go forward, I would request that you strictly limit it to relevant information and information that has not been presented before. And that I would also suggest that when I sought to cross-examine some of the experts presented by the Pierces back in January, that I was limited to 2 or 3 questions per expert. And in that same vein, I think the intervener, if the intervention is allowed, should also be similarly limited. It's only fair. So I submit that to for your consideration. Trying to run the clock out is a strategy of the opponents, and that's being played to the hilt there, in my opinion. So thank you very much for your time. I'll leave it to you to decide what you think is fair and just.
This is Angela Jameson for the record. Attorney Finn, thank you so much for your comments, which are duly noted and are now obviously part of the record. So it is very much the 11th hour that the notice of intervention was filed, but it has been reviewed by the town's attorney, who finds it in order. As I already mentioned, we are acutely aware that the clock is running down. We intend to close the public hearing tonight, and to do so at a reasonable time, but giving everybody time to present new information not to repeat old information. And in your comments regarding cross-examination have been duly noted, and we want to abide by the concept of fairness there, and I will address that point in a little more detail later on in the proceedings. Do any commission members or Director Holland want to add anything regarding Attorney Finn's comments?
None.
If not, I would like to continue with the plan as I outlined and invite Attorney Green and his team to come forward and present new information in a concise and to-the-point fashion. Thank you.
Just for the record, thank you for your consideration. This is Attorney Finn.
Hi, Sarah Pierce, 729 Laurel Road. For the record, I actually didn't want to intervene because I was under the impression that given that the applicant has completely changed their plans, given that the first district's memo seemed to completely concur with most of our findings, and then given that the applicant has now kind of gotten 100 at-bats at this thing, they're getting to change their answer on all of these rebuttals. I had thought public comment was still open. Joel told us to sign, but there are some people tonight who had a lot of questions about this fabric and stuff and all of these changes. So, you know, that's, I'm honest, I hope we vote tonight. I had actually wanted to vote in February, and it was actually Attorney Finn at the end of the other special hearing who said that he wanted to postpone a month to get the water district memo, which I thought, you know, I was scared of that memo. I was like, we're on different sides of this thing. If he's excited for it, it must, you know, crash into us. And we felt like it had concurred, but now there's all of these changes. So we will not be reiterating anything.
Thank you. For the record, Angela Jameson. Ms. Pierce, thank you for your comments and the additional colour that you have provided. So the plan is to close the public hearing tonight, but there is a lot of information to be reviewed. So while we maybe have time to start the commission's deliberations, we will not be actually voting on the application tonight. Attorney Green?
I'm frequently, for the record, Joel Green, of Field Offices of Green and Gross, representing Will and Sarah Pierce, and specifically the intervener before you this evening. And I was going to say that there's a judge in the Superior Court in Bridgeport who, when litigants appear before him, frequently says, "Don't push against an open door," and here we are. So I appreciate allowing us the opportunity to present on the intervention. And I was going to similarly point out, and I guess by way of a public service announcement, that the applicant has filed quite a few new materials since the close of the last public hearing. And I imagine that the town attorney bore that in mind as well. And I would suggest that perhaps I understand the time constraints, and I'm just as eager as my client is to get this closed out. But I would suggest that the public should have an opportunity to address the new materials that have been filed by the applicant. And I also think that while we can present on the intervention, and I'm happy to do that now, I don't know whether the Water Authority was going to present its report or whether that's just part of the record at this point. And I don't know if the commission is going to hear from the Water Authority.
Angela Jameson, for the record. No, the report from the Water Authority is part of the record. No plans to present.
Okay. And in terms of commenting on some of the new materials that have been submitted by the applicant, is that fair ground?
So the plan is, this is your opportunity to present new information. We will then move to the applicant to provide the rebuttal and to have the last word.
Okay.
And to the extent there's any cross-examination, in the interest of fairness, then I will ask you to limit questions to just a couple.
Fair enough.
Excuse me, just a point of order
Could you, Attorney Finn, could you perhaps go to a microphone?
Another microphone.
I'm sorry, this seems to be the one that's on. Thank you. So the way this process works is they make comments, we get to rebut them with respect to written materials. So all of our materials were in response to the arguments they made. They really don't get another chance to respond to our rebuttal, to their rebuttal arguments.
No, we're responding to the
Well,
water
excuse me, let
company.
me finish, okay? Let me finish. And so otherwise, this process just goes on and on and on and on. So they really do not get a chance to rebut our rebuttal, okay? Yeah, and frankly, the water company is not a party. They stand in the same shoes as the neighbors do. They got notice, they are entitled to make comments. Under your regulations, they got notice. They're not an adverse party. They're a party like Ms. Pierce is. It would be the same thing if the water company says, I want to ask questions of Ms. Pierce. They stand in the same shoes. This process is being turned on its head. And it's upsetting because this is going to drag on. This is not the way it works. They don't really have a chance to rebut the materials we submitted. Just like when we stand up in a few minutes to rebut orally some of the arguments they made, they don't get a second bite at the apple to rebut our oral arguments. I see Ms. Holland nodding in agreement. That is the way it works.
Attorney Finn, Angela Jameson for the record. Just to kind of lower the heat a little
Yes,
bit in
I
the room,
I
if we may.
apologize.
Attorney Finn, really appreciate your additional comments, but the plan is Attorney Green and his team will present new information now. You will then have your opportunity as the applicant, rebuttal of whatever new information has been provided, plus your concluding comments, and Attorney Green will have just the opportunity to ask a couple of questions if he chooses to do so. But as you had the opportunity and you insisted upon cross-examining some of the experts that presented for Attorney Green a couple of meetings ago.
Well, I'm
Hang
fine
on,
with it.
hang on, this is Commissioner Rudden.
Yes.
Lower the emotion
Sorry.
and do
Yeah,
not parent the commission.
Physically get away
For
from me.
everybody involved, let's just be pragmatic, it's just the facts. Okay, so we don't need to be parented.
I don't mean to parent you, but I do feel that the process here is not fair.
Thank you.
Okay? And in addition, I have no problem with him being limited to cross-examination, just like I was. I didn't argue for anything in that regard, just the same treatment. But I am arguing that to be given exhibits 24 hours before the next hearing is not fair.
This is Angela Jameson for the record. Attorney Finn, I agree with you. It's not ideal for anybody to receive documents at the last minute. Happens all the time, not just in the Wetland Commission meetings, and often it's the applicant that provides additional information at short notice. We just have to live with it. So I would like to move on to the substance if you and Attorney Green are amicable to doing that, rather than spending more time on procedural matters.
Yes, in the interest of trying to close the public hearing today, I may not agree with everything that's been said, but I will stand down and we will proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Green, the floor is yours.
May I just address one procedural matter? And I'm cool, I'm not a... This wouldn't have happened if the applicant had followed the procedures under the regulations. Section 9.6 of the Inland Wetlands Regulations requires that where there's a watershed involved and where there's been a watershed map filed and where the commission has received a watershed map, which did happen when the first taxing district was established, including Groups Reservoir. There's a rule in the regulations that says that within 7 days of filing the application, the applicant is supposed to notify the first taxing district of the application. And they're supposed to file certified notice in the record in this appeal on the application that they had notified the water authority. That never happened here. The applicant failed to notify the water company. I believe that Kathleen Holland notified the water company, actually. That resulted in a dialogue back and forth with the water company and comments being filed, including as recently as I believe this morning, that I received from SMRT and documents that I received on Friday. So I'm not mad about it, but I hope that the commission understands that that's why a lot of this came in so late, because we are responding to comments, and a lot has happened in the last 2 weeks with respect to this application. So I just offer that by way of explanation for the commission. So, and I also, once again, there were new materials filed, and frankly, this has turned into a bit of a workshop, and I have reminded all the commissions that I was hoping that this would be a public hearing. And a public hearing is where the applicant presents its materials, its application, its supporting documents. The public then has an opportunity to address those documents and then, and staff. And then the applicant presents a rebuttal. But this has obviously turned into more of a workshop. We identified issues at the zoning hearing. The applicant has tried to address the infirmities in its plan that we pointed out. And it has become a bit of a workshop, and there is overlap in that the applicant has been filing the same documents, including the revised plans that this commission received, I think, beginning of last week. So that's why this is all happening kind of at the last minute. So just by way of explanation. So this, the intervention addresses, and I'm going to talk about basically two aspects. There are existing violations on the site that we plan to address, and amongst the problems and the documents, and among the documents, and I don't know that the commission has had a chance to look at all of them, but we produced several aerial photographs that show parking at various points on the school site. Now, I actually determined today, and I was sort of surprised when I looked, that your regulations require that the applicant file a complete A2 survey of the entire property. Their application suggests that they were going to file a complete A2 survey, but fact is that the record online in this matter, there is no complete A2 survey of the entire school property. Therefore, I make this argument to suggest to you that in our petition to intervene, one of the points in our petition is that the school has knowingly violated the zoning regulations and the inland wetland regulations. And as you're aware, a school in a residential zone is permitted under the zoning regulations subject to a special permit. When you file for a special permit, as the school did, and there were two recent applications that this commission acted on in the past 14 years, and they, in each instance, the school had proposed to redevelop the site. There was a large playing field and there was a large building built on the site, and the commission issued, this commission issued wetland permits for those purposes. None of the plans, and indeed the survey that the applicant submitted to the Planning and Zoning Commission, do not show parking in 4 different locations on the site. And what we are claiming is that the public trust in the air, water, and natural resources is impacted by the conduct of the school. And that includes, and the school readily admitted, and the school appeared before you the first night of this hearing, that they're parking cars on the tennis courts. There is no permit, and nothing in the special permits that were issued to this school allowed the parking of vehicles on the tennis courts of the school. But as you look at the aerial photographs that I submitted, there's also a parking lot that's been established in the southeast corner of the site. There's parking that has been established along the building on the site. There's parking that has been established at the northeast corner of the site adjacent to North Wilton Road. There's parking in the maintenance area. And just as the school has appeared before you and made all these claims, and in the new documents that have come in recently about all the work we're doing to put in particle and oil separators and all these facilities, and we're ramping up all the treatment because vehicles give off metals, petroleum, and all that kind of thing. There is no permit from this commission, and there is no treatment provided with respect to any of the existing lots on the school property that, again, are shown on the survey that are not shown on the survey submitted to zoning. And I would submit that this application is defective because no A2 survey of the entire site showing all the wetlands on the site was ever submitted to this commission. So there's missing information from this file. And I trust that if Attorney Finn is truly concerned with closing the file, we're not going to have another volley of documents coming in so that we can all fight over what the survey shows or doesn't show. And I would appreciate it if I missed it and there's an A2 survey showing the entire school property, please correct me so that the record is accurate. But to my knowledge, when I went through all the documents, I've never seen it. So the point is that I think that this commission could easily find that parking vehicles all over the site, and by the way, we're here because the school, and I submitted a document showing the increase in enrollment that this school has allowed on its site. That's why we're here, because the school keeps increasing its enrollment. It's choking local roads. It's choking its own site. It can't park cars, and that's why we're here. So when you think about your regulations and you're finding whether there's an alternative to the proposed conduct that's reasonable, the reasonable thing would be to say to the school, stop admitting more students, stop increasing your enrollment. There's a feasible and prudent alternative that would not put such a burden on water courses, wetlands, and indeed all these neighbors who are here who are so concerned. But to kind of stay with our petition to intervene. So the first claim relates to the fact that the school has been and continues to pollute its site, by parking vehicles wherever it chooses without any authority from the zoning commission and without a permit to do so from this commission as it is required to have. So that's item one. The next portion of our petition to intervene relates to this field and the activities that are proposed, including tearing up this existing field. And let's begin at the beginning. Right at the moment, the claim is this is necessary. And what started this, quote, smart idea, this smart field, was the fact that the field is settling in places because there's organic material under the field that is settling. There has not been, and this is in our report, and we've mentioned it before, but I have to mention it again. There has not been reasonable exploration of the subsurface condition so that St. Luke's cannot tell you today. They cannot provide you with an estimate as to the quantity of excavation, the amount of material, the depths, the locations of where they have to excavate this site. Now, in the zoning matter, there was some suggestion that they can kind of do it in the field as it goes. But I think that once this commission issues a permit, that horse is out of the corral. It's never coming back to you. And that ship has sailed at that point. And it seems to me that this commission should understand the full extent of the project. Now, we've also introduced evidence, and we're going to offer some testimony here shortly, that we've talked about the chemicals that are released from these turf fields, both in terms of PFAS, and you heard from Dr. Tien, and You heard what he said about the grass fibers, but specifically about the infill material. And there was some suggestion later in the hearing, I believe, when Maria Coppola testified, that there was a suggestion that they would be using virgin rubber and not recycled crumb material. I had provided you with the video of the planning and zoning hearing, and I apologize for offering the entire video, but I was unable to. It's more difficult to excerpt sections of the testimony than I thought. And but specifically at minutes 2038 to 2845, Dr. Tien, in appearing before the Planning and Zoning Commission, discusses the fact that it does not change his opinion that virgin material is being used. And that is critical. So that is in the record in this matter. So the fact that there was this distinction about using virgin material versus crumb rubber doesn't change Dr. Tien's opinion as to the release of the compounds that are being released from the field. Also, it should be noted that I went and I reviewed the records of the previous field applications, and St. Luke's is basically covering its campus with plastic turf fields, and this is one of 4 fields on the site. But the fact is that the previous applications indicated that they were using crumb rubber infill for the fill on the existing fields. So you should bear that in mind, but significantly, the applicant has not offered anything to rebut, and I understand that their rebuttal is coming up, but there's no documents in the record where the applicant has addressed the comments by Dr. Tien as to the nature of the compounds that would be released from the crumb rubber material. Now, they did do some testing, and there is a documented evidence, and Mr. Kenny had done some testing at 3 points on the site. But it's interesting to me that after hearing all this testimony, that the applicant, and by the way, with the comments from the water tech, the water district, there's been no testing for PFAs performed by the school. And the testing that they, I'm sorry?
It has the,
There's been no testing performed by the school for PFAs on the site. Interestingly, the only place that the school tested for metals were at 3 locations along the borderline of the property. And it seems to me, and this is my speculation, that the school was careful not to test for metals in the area of the existing field and in the bed of the existing field that is sought to be replaced, interestingly to me. So while they're waiving this testing at this commission, the reality is that if you look at it a little bit more deeply, it wasn't done very thoughtfully or very carefully. What I would like to do now is, as you're aware, there are new materials that have been submitted, and there were some suggestions made by the Water Taxing District as to modifications based on the Weston and Sampson documents. And I invited Mr. Trinkus and George Logan to briefly address the commission on those issues. And again, we received the last report. I received it this morning. And so this is all kind of hot off the press. And again, I apologize for the late hour, but we are reacting to materials we just received. Is there a copy? Is there a copy for Mr. Trink?
I have one.
Thank you for the documents you've just passed over. What are these documents, Director Holland? Are these items that are already on the record?
No, Madam Chairman, Steve Trinks for the record. I'm a licensed professional engineer from Southbury, representing Ms. Pierce. This is a very short response based on the documents we received at about mid-morning this morning, which was the applicant's response to the second letter from Weston and Sampson on behalf of the first taxing district. I had reviewed the initial applicant's response to the first letter from Weston and Sampson and had some comments almost drafted, and then we got the new information this morning. So I used the new information to make the comments. So Wesson and Sampson recommended the installation of what's called an isolator row. On the north side of the parking garage, there is a smaller underground detention system consisting of storm tech units, which are similar to Caltex. They're the plastic igloos that are 7 foot long and roughly 3 feet at the bottom. An isolator row is a row that is wrapped in filter fabric. This system is designed to trap sediment and some other pollutants. However, it has to be located in what's called an offline configuration where only the flow rate associated with 1 inch of rain, the water quality storm, is directed to the isolator row. As proposed by the applicant, the water will now come through the oil grit chamber, which is also in an online configuration that all the runoff goes into it and goes out of it. It goes to a manhole. There's a 24-inch pipe that goes to the isolator row. And then they're building what's called a weir within the manhole. It's basically a vertical concrete wall where the top of the wall will be to the top of the 24-inch pipe. So once the flow fills up the 24-inch diameter pipe, it will overflow to the 8-inch pipes that go to the other portion of the storm tech units. Except a 24-inch pipe is pretty much going to take all of the water that comes in from the parking garage. Therefore, it's not just the runoff from the first half-inch or inch of rainfall, it's everything that blows in there. So if we have a storm where it's a wind-driven rain from the outside, you know, that flow rate's all going to go through here. When systems are in an online configuration, the removal efficiencies for any of the pollutants are greatly reduced because the increased flows basically don't allow the stuff to be trapped, which is the intent of it. This system was tested by the New Hampshire Stormwater Center back in the mid-2000s, and they found when it was in an offline configuration, did well. But that's where it's not designed as such in this particular case. And additionally, for the oil grit separator, Wesson and Sampson asked them for the flow rate that was going through it, whether 1,500 gallons was adequate, and they came up with a flow rate of 109 gallons per minute. Well, there's no calculations associated with that. The water quality flow is a rate based on the water quality volume and generally measured as cubic feet per second. But we don't know if 109 gallons per minute is an equivalent value. There's no calculations to support that. But as both systems are in this online configuration, there's going to be really minimal pollutant removal occurring in both of these systems. Additionally, on the northern side where the outlet of this underground system is, it's pretty much on the top of the one-to-one slope that goes down to the wetlands. Wesson and Sampson had asked about installing a riprap apron there to prevent erosion of that slope. The applicant said, well, you know, we don't have a problem with the 8-inch pipe now. We'll put a little stone at the outlet. Well, I will tell you that over time, as you're going to have more water going this direction, you know, it's going to erode the one-on-one slope. No matter where the pipe outlet is shown, you need to put an apron on it so that the water is spread out over rocks to minimize the flow velocity and thus prevent erosion of an earth slope. Lastly, on the turf field.
I'm sorry, if I could just interrupt. Can you just, for the uninitiated, offline versus online?
Okay.
Can you
Yeah,
distinguish what the two are and how that factors into what you're?
Online is simple. You have one pipe coming in, one pipe going out. All of the storm water goes through the system. Everything just goes right on through it. Offline is where you have your watershed area, you then have a manhole, and in the manhole is a small pipe that directs the water quality flow to a treatment device, whether it's the oil grit separator or the isolator row, and then there is, again, a weir within the bottom of that manhole so that any event larger than the water quality storm then goes around the treatment device and goes to your underground detention system. When you're treating just the water quality flow rate, you get higher pollutant removal in any type of offline practice, be it an oil grit separator, a hydrodynamic separator, or an isolator row. A separator, I should say a hydrodynamic separator, just as an example, in an online configuration, it will remove 29% of total suspended solids. When it's in an offline configuration, that goes up to 75%. So it's a substantial difference in the pollutant removal, and that's the difference between online and offline.
And what is being done here?
In this case, both practices are online configurations, so the pollutant removals are greatly reduced. We've also heard that, the new field is similar to the existing field. Well, the existing field is on grade over soil, maybe the questionable soil because of settlement, but turf fields that are placed on grade have a gravel layer underneath the mat for the turf field itself. And in this case, since there's sinkholes causing settlement of the field, obviously some of the rainfall that hits the turf field is infiltrating through the stone into the soil because that's what would cause the sinkholes. In this particular configuration on top of the parking garage, you have a concrete roof, you have a waterproof membrane, obviously you don't want water going into the concrete, and then you have the turf mat. It's a rubber mat with the grass blades that are either punched through or somehow attached to it, and then the rubber infill is on top of that. So in this case, the water is going to fall on the turf field, saturate the rubber infill area because that's the only place that has any storage, and then move slowly across the slope of the concrete roof to the perimeter drainage system towards the wetlands. A concern is as the more water is in contact with the rubber infill, over time, you're also going to leach more pollutants from the rubber infill, particularly metals. And therefore, you've got to treat that. There is no treatment proposed on the southern end of the stormwater management system, which is the larger system. So all of that runoff, there is no treatment. It's in underground detention, and then it's being discharged to the wetlands. So that's the real focus is, a lack of water quality treatment from both the parking lot and the turf field itself. Thank you.
So,
This is Angela Jameson for the record. Thank you, Mr. Trinkaus. I would just like to remind everybody, please just provide us with new information, no repetition of matters that are already on the record and were presented to us at earlier meetings. Thank you.
well, this was addressed in the material from the Water District, so that's why that's the point of it.
Commissioner Redden, I have a question for us, if I can ask Kathleen Holland. Two questions. One, St. Luke's can replace this field, and we have nothing to do with it if it's just replacing the current field, correct?
The devil's in the details, so I don't know what a replacement of the existing field would
Right, so if you're
involve.
tearing up the field, no new construction, if they're tearing up the field and putting in a new field, there's nothing to do with inland wetlands.
As long as it's outside of the 50-foot review area.
Okay. And then the current drainage system that's there is almost non-existent relative to what the town engineer has looked at, and that system is substantially better than what's currently in existence there. Is that correct?
So I didn't follow what you said.
All right, so the drainage system that St. Luke's is proposing
Right,
is substantially better than the current system.
correct.
Okay, thank you, just one.
Well, if I could just.
And I understand it's different because of the concrete and all that. I'm just trying to clarify.
But not as to the field. I think, Mr. Trinkus, do you want to comment on what exists with the field and what is
Yeah,
proposed
I mean,
with the
the
field?
existing field, which is at grade, would have a gravel layer underneath it where the water some of the water is infiltrating into the soil. If it was not, you would not have sinkholes under there. Sinkholes occur when you have non-structural fill material that when water starts moving through it, it moves soil particles down and basically creates voids in the soil, and then whatever is above the void starts settling. So there is some infiltration occurring with the current turf field. The proposal is sitting up on a solid concrete deck. There is no loss of water, there's no storage, so that water is going to move through the rubber infill until it reaches the perimeter drain on the wetland side of the site.
as the intervener, I can tell you, if they want a field, I'm gone.
I
Like-
understand, thank you.
So the field detail is actually on page 12 of the plan set. Can I screen share it?
Please do, as long as it's new
It
information.
is, it is just to highlight Mr. Trinkus's comment. So this detail is in the plan, and actually, I believe it's in the revised plan as well. And so, Mr. Trinkus, referring to the at-grade synthetic turf concrete versus the synthetic turf field section, am I correct that this is what is proposed? This is what basically is existing, where on the ground, there is an existing 4 or 6 inch stone base underneath the turf infill that can receive stormwater, whereas, am I correct that on the top here, you basically have the turf blades fastened to some material that lays on the concrete. There's a membrane under it, but then there's 2 inches of rubber infill. And so there is no stone base under the proposed field.
That is correct. The proposed field is basically sitting on top of concrete. That's all it is, whereas the existing field does have a layer of stone, the depth not known, but some layer of stone under the turf field itself. That's how they're constructed.
Now, in the explanation that was provided in today's materials, was there any material that showed what the rate of permeability is of the grass, whatever the base is that holds the grass?
No, in doing a literature review of turf fields, the layer that the grass strands are connected to, they call it a nail board, for lack of a better term. That's an industry name, but generally it's a plastic sheet that the grass strands are either punched through or somehow attached to. It does not appear that it's a permeable layer. It's more of a solid layer to hold the grass in place. So as far as what I could find, it's not something that lets water go through it.
And in the response to the water district, there was what was the description by the applicant?
The water will infiltrate through that layer to the roof membrane and then follow the membrane to the drainage system. But there was no information provided on that layer, so that claim can't be verified, whether that'll actually occur.
Did you have other comments?
No,
on
I
the
don't.
turf
I'm
field?
done, thank you.
Now, George Logan is here. And George, can you, again, centering on the new materials that we can move this along.
Sure.
Can you just,
So this is George Logan for the record. Good evening, everyone. Speaking from Vernon, Connecticut. Again, professional wetland scientist, soil scientist, and ecologist. So I have looked at the new material that was since the last meeting, and my comments will be brief. All the comments that I've made so far in the record, so I'm not going to repeat those. The first thing I want to comment is on the EPDM, which is this natural virgin rubber that's been into the application now. I was also at the Planning and Zoning Commission, so I did hear what Dr. Tian had to say. I've done my own research and analysis and find out that there's a variety of sources out there that would indicate that the CPDM material is quite variable, and that in some cases it has less concentrations of certain contaminants, in some cases has higher concentrations of certain contaminants. So we're not getting much of a bang for the buck, if you will, for as far as water quality is concerned with the EPDM. Second comment is I reviewed the isolated row. I'm also familiar with isolated rows. I've reviewed similar material that has been submitted and that Mr. Trinkhouse has also explained. And I agree with what he said about the online versus offline. It's quite stark and it's pretty well documented. And the comment that I want to make is that isolated rows is more of a mechanical device. So it does better for trapping sediment, even fine sediment, but it still doesn't do particularly well for trapping and treating the soluble fraction of pollutants that are coming off man-made surfaces. And I would point that a lot of the metals are in a soluble form, zinc included. Obviously, that's one of the concerns that we've had, and others. And also that it doesn't do much as far as taking out the soluble portion of phosphorus. Nitrogen, it's actually doesn't do very well at all for nitrogen attenuation. And as I've explained before, nitrogen is pretty low based on the water quality sample that I did at the upper stream, the property boundary, that's already in the record. And therefore, the concern is that nitrogen will increase based on the fact that they don't have above ground vegetative types of stormwater management, best management practices to take care of that soluble fraction of nitrogen as well as some of the metals. The other point I want to make is pretty much to reiterate what Attorney Green had to say. I looked at my colleague's water quality sampling that he did, and I was somewhat bemused myself that the three samplings were at the far ends of the property, at the upstream and downstream. If I had been doing it, what I would have done in order to determine whether there has been some contamination, some concern, which would have maybe advise a better design or a different design, would be to have at least an additional 2 water sampling stations. One would be immediately down gradient of the turf field within the water course and the discharges, which is just above that small pond that you're seeing in the plans. And then the secondary one would be just below the main access road that comes into the site, again at the stream. And the reason for that is, as you probably very well know, the impacts of contaminants as they discharge wetlands, the effect is more pronounced closer to the discharges, and then it slowly becomes less and less as the environment starts taking up these pollutants, of course, not without adverse effects. The other comment that I would have to make in looking at the water quality sampling is that there was no chain of custody, and there was no sampling for nutrients like total phosphorus, orthophosphate, dissolved phosphorus, TK, nitrate, nitrogen, all those species of nitrogen, which is what we had done and provided to this commission, because that's really the protocol. The protocol is to look at all the potential constituents that could potentially affect the wetland and which are naturally occurring, but at higher concentrations then result in adverse impacts. I think that's the limit of what I want to do as far as presenting comments and new information, and I still have a concern that there is going to be an adverse impact, reasonable likelihood of unreasonable pollution upon the resources that you folks regulate. Thank you so much. I'm open for any questions that you may have at this time.
Just as you wrap up, specifically, Dr. Tien had testified as to the compounds that are released from the rubber, be it crumb rubber, virgin rubber. Did you hear that testimony?
Yes, I was there, of course.
And can you just highlight, just for the record, what the impact is of that material coming out of that material on the wetland, which is down gradient?
Correct. I mean, obviously it has effects on aquatic organisms within the flowing streams. It also has effects on soil, and it also has effects on plants. So all those are potential physical impacts upon the wetlands.
And so those compounds would end up in the wetlands, is that correct?
They would end up in the wetlands. Some of them will be sequestered into the soil of the wetlands, uptake by the plants, but again, not with adverse impacts. And some would keep flowing downstream through the watercourse system.
So consistent with the petition to intervene, then the net result of the lack of treatment of the stormwater discharge from the field is pollution of the wetlands.
Absolutely.
All right. I don't know if the commission has questions.
This is Angela Jameson for the record. Commission members, any questions for the team so far? If not, let's move on.
So just briefly then, the petition to intervene, and I'm not, in order to move it along, you have it, and I'll refer you to paragraphs 2, 3, 4, 5, and again, we discussed the summary of the discharge from the synthetic field into the wetlands. We talk about the lack of treatment and that this lack of treatment of discharge from the various parking areas that have not been permitted, that is occurring, that the applicant readily admitted at zoning, and I believe before this commission, that 80 cars or more park on the tennis court, for example, and you can see the photographs that we provided of these other parking areas that are not shown on any survey that I've seen of the school property, although again, there's no survey that I'm aware of in the record. And again, the standard for petitions to intervene are that the conduct is reasonably likely, has or is reasonably likely to have the effect of unreasonably contaminating, polluting, or impairing the air, water, soils, and or other resources of the state of Connecticut. And then it goes on and it says, and or destroying the public trust in them. So I believe we've shown, and you heard the testimony this evening, that these compounds are going to end up in the wetland. But the reason you have these people sitting here is because they are all concerned and they don't trust this project and they don't trust the potential results. And it is, all this commission has to find is that will destroy the public trust in these resources as a result of these activities. So it's not that high a burden to intervene in these cases. So I just wanted to point out that the public trust component, besides proving actual pollution. So just briefly, and you know, my client just has a very brief comment
Yeah.
for the commission before I wrap up.
Commissioner Stepanek, I just wanted to bring everyone's attention to the item in the record, the 2000 permit regarding the athletic field. I just wanted to bring your attention to item 6. No excavation or other disturbance shall take place in any wetlands west of the existing football field now and forevermore. The new football field will be extending west, you know, I don't know if it's by a foot or 5 feet, but I thought it was relevant that John Black Lee was the architect of my house, and he lived, so we are that property west of the football field. And it wasn't a client property, he lived there with his family. And so I just wanted you to keep that in mind, that he was secretary of this commission in 2000. And so when you are reviewing this, I hope you will keep in mind that he was the architect, John Blackley, the mid-century architect. As a credentialed art historian with a master's who studied mid-century painters at this period, I can tell you it's very possible he was thinking of his house when he mentioned that line, number 6. So I don't know if that's relevant or not. It's relevant to me.
I'm going to wrap up quickly, but I just want to touch on just a couple of points, and I'm going to move it right along. It'll just be a couple of minutes here. After we presented, Maria Coplet had an opportunity to address the commission, and the commission asked very pointedly about whether she was satisfied with the drainage, and an issue came up about the stormwater guidelines, the deep stormwater manual. And I had submitted the manual into the record. I note that it's our position that there was not compliance with the letter of the manual. I note that the applicant had originally stated that their plan was fully compliant with the stormwater manual. It's not. We had touched upon that in the past. Maria Coplet had suggested that she was satisfied with it, and I think she used some claim of it being consistent. But I think the big point is, and the comment that Ms. Coplet made that I appreciated, is she is not evaluating sort of the jurisdiction of this commission to determine impacts on wetlands. She's working on the drainage in terms of drainage calculations and that sort of thing, but not, and we don't agree with that, but she was not offering an opinion on the quality of the stormwater treatment, removal of pollutants and the like, as I understand it. And I put in some material from the planning and zoning hearing that also includes her testimony that I urge the commission to listen to because it's informative on that. The notion of a retrofit, and I know that the chair had asked a question about retrofits, and I believe that Ms. Coplet had talked about that she would treat this differently if it was a new application. I would suggest that under the standards for the decision by this commission, that is not an appropriate standard. And if there's any pollution of the wetlands or pollution of water courses, that it doesn't meet the standards in your regulations. And a modest improvement, and we don't concede that this is a modest improvement. And while there may be something with a minor increase in impervious area that's getting treated, we believe it's overwhelming in terms of the turf field and its impact on the wetland, and putting new rubber in, and I believe Dr. Tien had testified on that. So this is not this is slightly better, so good enough scenario as far as we are concerned. The standards in your regulations are fairly clear on that, and I would just like to point out that in considering this application, and these folks are here because they are so worried about their groundwater, so worried about their well water, so worried about the impacts on their property. And when this presentation started 2 months ago, the applicant said we had met with the neighbors and the neighbors were largely pleased, except for a few neighbors who had a few questions. I put in a graphic this evening that shows that none of the neighbors are satisfied with this plan. And there is a graphic in the record. There are 5 properties that are not shown as yellow on that document I submitted. 3 of them are owned by the school, and 2 of them we could not reach. Everyone else is here. Everyone else has come out in opposition, and everyone else is frightened by the notion of this application. And my clients and their neighbors are counting on this commission to apply the standards that are in your regulations. And the things that it says in section 12.2, the commission shall take into consideration all relevant facts and circumstances, including but not limited to, and I want to just point out, number 2, the environmental impact of the proposed regulated activity on wetlands and water courses. Again, the applicant has offered nothing to counter the testimony on the compounds that Dr. Tien had testified to. They've done very poor water testing. 3, the applicant's purpose for and any feasible and prudent alternatives to the proposed regulated activity, which alternatives would cause less or no environmental impact to wetlands and water courses. For the applicant to just casually say, there's nowhere else on our site to do this, just casually say that and not offer some documentary proof to this commission as to other ways to do this, be it replacing the field potentially, be it replacing it with a natural grass field, and offering evidence on that other than Attorney Finn offering an opinion that turf fields or grass fields are harmful somehow, as he did at the initial session, but offering something as to a thorough exploration of feasible and prudent alternatives. And again, I mentioned reducing the size of the school. There was a discussion about finding an alternate campus. Other schools have found alternate sites for fields. there are all kinds of possibilities, but the applicant really did not provide this commission with that information. 4, the relationship between short-term and long-term impacts of the regulated activity. The applicant has created this condition by increasing its enrollment. 6 is the character and degree of injury to interference with safety, health, or reasonable use of property which is caused or threatened by the regulated activity. You're hearing a lot about these PFAs. You've heard a lot about these materials. These folks are on wells. So consider that. 9, the availability of preferable alternate locations on the parcel involved and the possibility of the availability of other reasonable locations not on the parcel involved. And there was testimony at zoning, and it may have been before this commission, with schools such as Greenwich Academy and other schools. That have, I'm sorry.
Brunswick has a third campus now. Before we said 2, now they have 3 campuses.
12,
US Med.
the possible impairment of public health, safety, and welfare, which may outweigh individual property rights or public benefit if the permit is granted, and including the balance between the need of the economic well-being of the town and the use of land in the town required or needed to protect the environment and ecology of the town. So all of these factors, my clients are asking this commission to consider these. And you might find, you know, I once worked with an engineer who told me that anything is possible. NASA can send someone to the moon, and these things can be figured out. But this application does not begin to meet the level of information that this commission should reasonably require in the face of everything that has been presented on this application and the public concern that exists here. So at the very worst, I mean, we'd hope that the applicant would hear from its neighbors and consider its neighbors. Actions express intentions, and this applicant has not shown any intention to consider its neighbors in this plan, nothing. My client did want me to mention issues of lighting, which were not really addressed by the applicant. And
Yeah, the sound was the last one.
with that, I really want to thank the commission for your generous patience and for hearing us. And I know that this has gone on and on and on, but it's an important application. I don't know if you have any questions for me, for my client, for our consultants.
So Angela Jameson, for the record, this is last opportunity. Commission members, for any further questions to this team? Very good. Then just 2 items before we move on to, hearing from the applicant. Firstly, we've had public comments. There are letters on the record, but this is the last opportunity for anybody who wants a member of the public to make further comments. And these should be new comments.
Totally new.
And
you haven't heard from me at all. Not a letter, nothing.
So we will do this, but very briefly. It's now 9:30. I'd like to have this portion wrapped up by 9:45 if we can, because we have to provide plenty of opportunity for the applicant to speak. So, ma'am, if please, could you tell us your name and turn the mic on? Yeah.
Is it on? No, okay.
Press it hard. That's it.
Yep, okay, there we go. My name is Bethany Uwine. I live at 651 Laurel Road. And I have not addressed you at all because, to be clear and actually briefly address Attorney Flynn's original comments, I had absolutely no knowledge of this at all until after your meeting on January 22nd. My kind neighbors reached out to me, and that is the only reason I knew of something being proposed. So again, stating that this started back in the fall, I'm not sure who they reached out to or why, or you wouldn't have a map filled with yellow and all of us present, for starters. I'm here on behalf of my 2 small children. I still, after several meetings, cannot assure myself of the health and safety necessary unless proactive and reassuring measures are taken prior to approving this development. I don't see St. Luke's meeting those minimum needs, or we, again, wouldn't be here. I want to specifically address the First District Water Department response in regard to stormwater management. I believe in the first sentence, it states we received the updated follow-up responses. So I've heard that the engineer was allowed to change her answers. Why? What does that say about transparency? Why was there a need to change? In my opinion, that gives a feeling of a falsified test result. How many chances are you going to be given to correct something that is so flawed? Time passes. If you can take a test enough times, you will eventually pass, but usually by the bare minimum standard. I do not know of any other urban parking structure in residential zoning with wetlands in Fairfield County. Not one. I have not found a single example. If you have one, that would be great. But personally, I do not want to be the guinea pig with this structure being in my backyard, being that we are all in well water and being that we're on a huge ecosystem. We sit on the big pond right behind this proposed field. Everything drains there, all the animals, any ecosystem filters through our backyard. For instance, we have a pool. It was put in the 70s. We'd never be able to do anything with it now. We just maintain its current structure. Yet, a field is being proposed to be a parking garage with another field put on top of it. If you really needed to replace a field, what is wrong with grass? Again, I'm very concerned about the current and ongoing contamination. Again, I only learned about the tennis court parking in the first P&Z meeting, which I believe, or the first one I attended, which was in February. And again, I just want to reiterate, I think that it was very transparent in that St. Luke's said that they've reached out to all of us. Obviously, that was not the case for me. I'm listed as the homeowner. Something should have come to me and to my attention, knock on my door, call me, something. All of my information is public. You can Google me. Nothing. And I don't believe that that was unintentional. You have to know that they have not been great neighbors in any respect. And they certainly have no problem lying about that. That's it.
Thank you very much for your comments. Please, could you announce yourself, sir?
I'm sorry?
Could you give us your name for the record?
Sure. My name is Roy Abramowitz. I live at 581 Lowell Road, and my property abuts Soundview Lane.
And Mr. Abramowitz, I believe your letter is already on the record. Did you have new additional information you wanted to tell us this evening?
Yes, I could ad-lib. I mean, I do. After I spoke to some people, number one, I was never notified. Number two, I mean, Kathleen Holland knows that my property, I have 4 1/4 acres, and it's rectangular, and it goes almost, there's one other property behind me that has a right-of-way road that abuts St. Luke's. I was never notified. I think that's a violation. Never notified. So I never had an opportunity to voice my opinion until I was actually walking up Soundview Lane with my wife. And I said, do you know what's happening over at St. Luke's? I said, I have no idea. So I don't know why the applicant didn't notify me. I think there's a rule that I have to be notified. The second thing is, what I'm concerned about, I have a lot of wetlands and I have well water. I'm in a gully. Okay, St. Luke's is a little higher, water runs down. So when I have this kind of runoff, which is going to come from a structure into my wetlands and into my well water, I'm concerned about my family, my daughter, my own health, as to my wells, as to my cooking, I have 2 canines. When they run on my land, they drink out of the wetlands. We have the Norwalk Reservoir, which filters into the Sound. There's wildlife in the Sound. I go fishing in the Sound. I mean, these pollutants will affect the wildlife and the integrity of fishing in Long Island Sound, as we saw in the massive storms and the water that came down the Housatonic from Vermont. When there was massive rain, the pollution that came out of Norwalk. And this is what's going to happen in our community. Our community is a residential 4-acre zoning. When I moved in 27 years ago, St. Luke's was a very, very small, almost unnoticeable school. Now, it reminds me of a college campus. And as a matter of fact, when they built that football field, they did it without a permit. And Laszlo Papp gave them a permit after the fact. That goes to intention. Intention here is to disregard the regulations. And regulations are written for the protection of the community. And I believe it's up to this commission to protect the residents against this massive special permit that keeps on, as the Duracell bunny said, going on and on and on. You have to protect us as residents. I am concerned about the health of my family and the drainage. A parking structure for 200 cars is a building. It's not a football field, it's a roof. Water drains off a roof that overlaps the wetlands. We have to protect the wetlands. We have to protect the residents. And I hope that the commission hears the concerns of myself and my neighbors, and just 200 cars emitting more pollution into the atmosphere, which is absorbed into the earth and into our bodies. This does not belong in our neighborhood. They can go and build a stadium in another part of town like they do in Greenwich. I hope the commission rules in the favor of the New Canaanites. Thank you.
Mr. Abramowitz, thank you for your comments. It looks like Mr. Kevorkian would like to speak again. Mr. Kevorkian, we did, of course, hear from you a couple of meetings ago, but if you have additional information that you wish to present, please go ahead, but we would ask you to be brief. And we also have, of course, your comments in the record through the letter that you sent.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Haik Kavukjian, and I will
I
be
apologize for the mispronunciation.
many times. I have something to say which will not be new to the neighbors, not be new to St. Luke's, but will be new to the commission. We've heard multiple times that St. Luke's had approached approached the neighbors and tried to present to the neighbors their vision of what they wanted. There were two, actually, to be clear, there were two such meetings. The first was in January of 2023, and I have to add parenthetically, that was a mandated meeting by the Planning and Zoning Commission dating back to 2013. When St. Luke's was trying to build their classroom expansion, Planning and Zoning was so shocked at how poor or dialogue and transparency was between the neighbors and St. Luke's that they mandated, and you can go into the permit of 2012 and 13, that there would be an annual meeting in the fall of each year. It's been pretty consistent that we had that meeting. At the meeting in January of 2023, we had a chance to meet the new headmaster, who's a very charming lady, and she told us she had a great idea that was going to be great for the community and great for St. Luke's. They were going to build a 200-car parking complex underneath the football stadium. As you can imagine, the reaction of the neighbors was, we were dumbfounded. There were many questions. Some people asked one question, some people asked two, some people even tried to ask three. To the shock of the neighbors, the meeting was abruptly terminated by St. Luke's, probably 45 minutes into it. People still had questions to ask, comments to make. They were very concerned about the water quality, everything you've heard up until now. They were concerned about the lights from this. They were concerned about overdensity, and St. Luke's abruptly cancels the meeting. People were pretty despondent about that.
Several weeks, months later, I don't recall, I received a letter from Chris Rousseau or an email saying, good news, they decided to shelf the plan. So in terms of transparency, as far as I can tell, the plan marched on, but we were told the plan was ended. Then in the fall of 2023, St. Luke's sent out an overture wanting to have another meeting about maybe a half hour, 35, 40 minutes into the meeting with probably 30 to 40 neighbors there. St. Luke's abruptly cancels the meeting. People were even more dumbfounded this time. People had right concerns, they wanted it answered, and they were not. So in terms of transparency, this lack of transparency dates back many, many years. And I think it's just underscored by what you've heard. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your comments. So I do not see anybody else either online or here present, member of the public who wants to speak. So second item, I propose a 5-minute bio break, just 5 minutes, and then we will return at 9:47, and it will be for the applicant to speak and to provide rebuttal. Thank you. So we'll break until 9:47. So this is Angela Jameson, Chair Pro Tem. It's 9:48. We are resuming, and we have a proposed change of plan here. We understand that Brian McCann, who is an attorney for the First District Water Company, would like to make a brief statement, and I propose that we should hear what he has to say, and of course that should happen before we provide the floor to Attorney Flynn, who is being extremely patient. Thank you. Mr. McCann.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Brian McCann. I'm counsel for the First Taxing District, doing business as the First Taxing District Water Department. The First Taxing District owns and operates the group's reservoir, as many of you are aware, which is proximate to the St. Luke's campus, and a portion of the St. Luke's campus is within the watershed as that's delineated by the town through its GIS. Therefore, you know, we are interested in this application. We were notified a bit late, but we were very pleased that we were met, and our comments were very welcomed by Ms. Holland and Ms. Carey from zoning. In fact, they gave us a private audience and meeting at Town Hall to be able to speak with them and raise some of our concerns, so I thank them for that. The district went out and hired an engineering firm by the name of Weston Sampson, and they were provided with all the application materials. We asked them essentially to do a peer review. We're with an eye towards potential impacts on water quality. Obviously, we're worried about water quality. Every chemical that goes in that reservoir is something that we're going to have to treat and certainly be concerned about. We submitted all of the reports to the commission. Hopefully you have those for your review. And in that peer review, they looked at Weston Sampson looked at several things. They looked at an evaluation of the turf and the infill itself and what impacts that may have. They were concerned about the disposal of the old turf materials. They provided comment on that. They had at least 8 comments on the plan set specific to various call-outs and details that were proposed. They provided those in the report. And they had concerns specific to the stormwater treatment in a separate section. We have forwarded all those comments to the applicant. I understand they were forwarded to SMRT, the applicant's engineering experts, and they provided back comments. As of a few days ago, they had agreed to, I believe, all but one of our comments. So I'd like to thank the applicant for taking our comments serious, our engineer's comments seriously, and incorporating them into the revised plans. And the last comment was with regard to a filtration system for fine particulates and some microplastics. And there were two essentially options that the experts had provided. One was wrapping the isolator row, not easy to get out, isolator row with some filter fabric that would have some filtration capacity, and the other was to provide a snout, which essentially, as I understand it, and I really tried to get through these, but sometimes these engineers, they have like a battle of like who could use the most acronyms. But essentially, what I think it is something almost similar to like a U-trap on like a kitchen sink. So it has a capacity for overflow for water, but will segregate the plastics and the debris. And that was the last remaining comment. And I've heard from the applicant through counsel that they're willing to accept that final condition. So we thank you all for being able to provide these comments. We thank staff for listening to our concerns. And we would hope that if the commission does decide to approve the application, we would respectfully ask that it be approved with the conditions, the specific conditions as proposed by Wetlands Sampson, our independent engineers, because we're certainly concerned about protecting that water quality. It's a drinking water resource for thousands of homes, both in New Canaan and Norwalk. And we would respectfully ask that if the application be approved, that it be approved with those specific conditions. And they are in they should be in all of your packets. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. McCann. Commission members, any brief questions for Mr. McCann? If not, then at this point, Attorney Green has raised his hand.
Very, very briefly, questions for Attorney McCann.
Attorney McCann, do you know whether the Weston and Sampson looked at the comments that were offered by the interveners or in the zoning matter or public comment in this matter?
I don't know if they specifically, I know that I listened to the public hearings online. I don't know that the Weston and Sampson folks specifically reviewed the opponent's expert reports. I believe their review was limited to the plan set and the materials that were submitted by the applicant.
And you indicated that you were notified late. Do you know when the water district was notified of the application?
I don't know the specific date. Eleanor, do you know the specific date? Offhand, I don't know the specific date.
Is it in the past month?
It was in February.
Because the application was filed in October, so when you say a bit late, you're being kind.
We were allowed enough time to provide comments, so as.
And just so the record's clear, you're not taking a position on the application for the commission. You're not saying to the commission whether it should grant or deny it. You're merely saying that if it were to be granted, you'd expect those conditions.
That's correct. We don't.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. McCann, Commissioner Sanford has a question.
Yeah, Beth Sanford, in terms of the watershed, it's to the east of St. Luke's. and
Oh,
to the-
mic
sorry.
on, please. Thank you.
Sorry. Beth Sanford, in terms of the watershed, which affects the group's reservoir, that is to the east of St. Luke's and to the east of where the new field would be built. Is
I
that,
believe it's the north and the east.
okay, but it's,
There appears to be like, for lack of a better term, like a peninsula
right,
of watershed that goes up. I'm assuming it follows that, that small water course to the north of the proposed field. That's what it-
my question is, if, and this might be more for your engineers, if the watershed were right next to the field where the wetlands are, would they have evaluated the proposal differently?
If the wetlands were
So
adjacent.
if the watershed where where the reservoir, feeds into the reservoir, where you're, obviously collecting, water for public consumption, if where the field is being constructed, rather than being, a half a mile to the east and north of the field, if it were right next to it where
It's
the
not a
wetland.
half mile to the east or the north.
Okay.
The watershed is on St. Luke's property.
It's a hypothetical.
Oh, I'm
which is
sorry. I'm sorry.
No, so my hypothetical is if
I'm
the
an attorney, we don't
watershed
do
were right
hypotheticals.
next to the where the wetlands are, if the watershed were right there to the west, right contiguous with the field, would your engineer have evaluated the stormwater system and the proposal any differently?
Well, I can't answer for them, but, I doubt it. I doubt it would be looked at differently. I mean, you've heard from a lot of experts that there is sheet flow runoff, there's underground flow of water, and certainly the wetlands, the watershed, and the reservoir are all proximate to the St. Luke's property. So, when we charged our engineers to take a look at the application in the form of a peer review, we asked them to identify all potential concerns to the water source and the resource. And so, and I think you could probably just tell from the 3 different reports and the 20 conditions on each of those reports that they took a very careful review of this. And I think that analysis would probably be very similar with a slight shift in the watershed. We would still be concerned, like many people here, we're concerned about the water quality. But I do think the parties, while it is very critical to preserve the resource and the water quality, I also think it just bears mentioning, I thank the parties for being so responsive to the district's concerns.
Okay.
When you say the party, you mean the applicant?
I mean all parties. I don't want to,
All right, fair enough.
I don't want to exclude Kathleen Holland. I don't want to exclude Miss Carey, and I don't want to exclude the applicant, and I don't want to exclude the SMRT engineers. Everyone has been responsive and cooperative. So I just want to thank all those involved for considering our concerns.
Thank you, Mr. McCann. So with that, Attorney Finn, over to you. How long are you anticipating you will need for your part of your presentation?
Hard to predict. I'm hoping that we can be finished in an hour, but please be tolerant.
Okay, let's
Okay?
proceed.
Yeah, we'll try to be as expeditious as possible. So just for the record, good evening, Madam Chairman and members of the commission. For the record, my name is Steve Finn. With me here tonight is Christopher Rossow, Chairman of the Board of Trustees for St. Luke's, William Kenny, the Inland Wetland Scientist for our project, Melissa Flynn of SMRT, the engineer for the project, and Marissa Taralla of AKRF, a traffic engineer who will address you briefly. But each of these people will be presenting you tonight, and I will be turning the presentation over to them. But before I do, I want to provide some important information to you. It is now the applicant's opportunity to rebut the presentation from the intervener and the neighbors. We last presented to you as the applicant 3 months ago, and so it's been a long hiatus. I want to start off by reviewing with you the testimony of the last witness you heard at the last meeting on this application, which was on January 22nd, 2024. The last witness you heard on January 22nd, 2024 was town engineer Maria Coplet, whose testimony strongly disagreed with the testimony of the opposition's engineer, Steve Trinkus, as you may recall. Ms. Coplet initially reviewed the applicant's plans, had comments and questions, which the applicant addressed, and then in summary, Maria testified before you on that date as follows. 1, the project complies with the town drainage policy. 2, the design meets the Connecticut DEEP manual for water quality. And 3, the groundwater recharge quality will improve. In addition, and as Maria correctly pointed out at that January 22nd hearing, she asked the applicant to specify what kind of infill will be used on the new field. In response, the applicant stated in writing that the infill to be used on the new field is virgin rubber, EPDM, not crumb rubber. Crumb rubber is originally what all the opposition experts mistakenly assumed was going to be the infill, and on which their original opinions were largely based. As Maria stated, virgin rubber is the infill material used for all of New Canaan's artificial turf fields. That's coming from Maria. All our artificial turf fields in New Canaan that are owned by the high school or by the town that are artificial use virgin rubber. Now, there's been some talk about, well, why not do a grass field? Well, look, the town has been shifting over to artificial turf fields for a long time now because grass fields have other problems. They require chemicals, fertilizers, and other problems that can be just as hazardous or probably more hazardous to the environment than a properly treated artificial turf field. So everyone seems to be shifting to artificial turf fields. Now, with respect to St. Luke's, I want to let you know that if St. Luke's were to have a grass field, the Department of Health for the state of Connecticut doesn't allow the use of these kinds of chemicals and required fertilizers on fields that are used by children of certain ages. So, and the problem with an untreated or unfertilized field of natural grass is that it deteriorates rapidly and becomes very, very dangerous. Since we heard from Maria's very helpful testimony, we also received comments from the First Water Taxing District, as you just heard. They are the guardians of Groups Reservoir. The First Water Taxing District hired a very reputable and experienced engineering firm, Weston & Sampson, to review the design plans. As Attorney McCann just testified to before you, they had a number of suggestions. The applicant agreed to all of them, every single one. Now, Maria Coplet further reviewed these new and improved plans that were done in response to the First Water Taxing District's comments and those by Weston & Sampson. And just as of today, not surprisingly, because these new improvements are even better with regard to drainage and with regard to environmental contaminants and protecting wetlands and the group's reservoir from environmental contaminants. Maria Coplet, not surprisingly, reaffirmed that the plans comply with New Canaan's drainage certification policy. For the record, as Kathleen is aware, we also notified the Connecticut Department of Health on February 5th, 2024, which we were required to do. I've been in touch by email with Lori Matthew, who's the public branch chief, environmental health and drinking water branch for the Connecticut Department of Health. She has been sent the plans for the project and has made no comments or indicated any objection to them. Frankly, I've been sending her updates, haven't heard anything in response. And if they had a problem, I think we would have heard from them. You will hear additional testimony this evening establishing that the new field will be more protective of the inland wetlands than the existing one. That is the key here. Your purview is what What impact will this project have on current conditions? And all the testimony that you will hear from Bill Kenny, from our engineer, is that this represents an improvement over existing conditions. Not a tie, an improvement. Improving conditions over existing conditions is not the burden of an applicant seeking an inland wetlands permit. An inland wetlands commission should not grant a permit if the proposed project, the Inland Wetlands Commission should grant a permit if the proposed project will not adversely impact wetlands or watercourses based on existing conditions. The opposition's experts are largely based on assuming that no artificial turf field currently exists at this location. No expert from the opposition expressed an opinion that the new field will be more harmful than the existing field. And that is really the question. I think as Commissioner Redden alluded to, that field could be replaced. That field has crumb rubber. This new field is not going to have crumb rubber. That new field does not have the drainage devices that will improve and control the flow from the field over what happens currently on the old field. For instance, there was a letter submitted by Janet Evans on the letterhead of Mount Sinai Hospital. Her letter seems to just assume that St. Luke's is installing a new field. Doesn't mention the fact that there's an existing deteriorating field there. In short, the opposition don't want to acknowledge that the project involves replacing a deteriorating existing athletic field that was installed 18 years ago. The project will not only improve the condition of the field, but will also improve the treatment of the water coming off the field over the existing conditions. In addition, there has been ample opportunity to assess the impact of artificial turf fields at St. Luke's School on the wetlands and watercourses for 18 years. The existing football field was built in 2005. And by the way, just a quick aside, this idea, Attorney Green said it, this is all about increasing enrollment for the neighbors and for his clients. It's all about increasing enrollment. Well, gosh darn it, this commission doesn't have jurisdiction over enrollment, okay? That is not a basis for objecting to an inland wetlands permit. And and I submit to you that that is what this is about, as Attorney Green said. It's all about increasing enrollment. Well, I want to tell you that the Planning and Zoning Commission has jurisdiction over things like enrollment. And in 2013, they put in checks and balances on increases in enrollment. That's already covered. But the neighbors apparently were not happy with that check and balance. So that is a planning and zoning issue. It's not within the purview of this commission, and I say that with all respect to you. So the field was built in 2005. There's another artificial turf field in addition to the football field that also drains to this wetlands area. The wetlands and water courses are currently in very good shape, other than you saw some photographs with some stray footballs that went over the fence and into the wetlands. Other than that, Bill Kenny has stated this, that the wetlands are in good condition. And Mr. Green's expert, Mr. Logan, in his report of January 16, 2024, which you have, stated that based on his site visit of January 12, 2024, he concludes this is a large, high-functioning forested wetland. We've had 18 years of experience with an artificial turf field located right next to the wetlands. And according to all the experts, this is a large, high-functioning forested wetland. So Logan noted no findings that this wetland and watercourse area were being adversely impacted by any environmental contaminants, despite the fact that the existing deteriorating 18-year-old artificial turf field and other turf fields drain toward this area. The opinions of Janet Evans, Dr. Tien, and Mr. Logan are based on, and this is an important point, potential concerns that new athletic fields may or could potentially impact wetlands and watercourses. For example, Janice Evans' letter states, there is a potential that artificial turf fields can result in chemical exposures. Elsewhere, she states, studies to assess the safety of artificial turf are ongoing and inconclusive. Dr. Tien testified about the effects of crumb rubber on Pacific salmon. He specifically stated, I hope you recall this, he stated that no similar effects were found with respect to Atlantic salmon or amphibians. Well, under Connecticut law applicable to inland wetlands commissions, it is clear, crystal clear, that potential for harm or speculation or even general concerns cannot be the basis for finding an adverse impact or denying an application. Now, I've appeared before a lot of commissions. I've appeared before this commission on a number of occasions, and I really don't like reading law to commissions. It's boring, but in this case, it is crucial. And so I'm going to read to you a couple of excerpts from some cases that I think it's extremely important for you all to keep in mind. So this first case is, well, let me read it to you. Under the Inland Wetlands Act, quote, the sine qua non of review of inland wetlands applications is a determination whether the proposed activity will cause an adverse impact to a wetland or watercourse. The substantial evidence test requires a substantial basis in fact that an adverse impact to the wetlands or watercourses will result from the proposed activities, and that the commission's decisions must be supported by more than a possibility of that adverse impact. Quote, an impact on the wetlands that is speculative or not adverse is insufficient grounds for denial of a wetlands application. Evidence of general environmental impacts, mere speculation, or general concerns do not qualify as substantial evidence. Furthermore, the Supreme Court's prior case law does not authorize the denial of a wetlands application due to the uncertainty as to the impact of our proposed activities on wetlands and watercourses. Accordingly, the character of the evidence cannot be speculative, but must be specific to the particular site. The impact on the wetlands must be precise and not generalized. It is not enough to say that the intensive development of an upland area will impair the characteristics of a wetland without saying how. The expert must specify with particularity the precise harm that will result. Now, you heard no evidence that supports that. You heard at the very end here, Mr. Green put words in Mr. Logan's mouth and said, well, it will have an adverse impact on the wetlands, won't it? And Logan said, yes, but that's not enough. Even that's not enough. Even that's not enough. And all the other experts didn't even get to that. They just said that these chemicals cause harm. But that's not concluding or rendering an opinion that this field, if you approved it, will cause harm, specific harm to the wetlands. There's one more thing I want to read to you. In repeated cases, the Connecticut Supreme Court and appellate courts have held that a wetlands commission may not deny an application on the basis of speculative risks. In Riverbend Associates versus Conservation and Inland Wetlands Commission, the Supreme Court overturned the denial of an application that had been predicated in part on the commission's perception that a proposed program of soil mixing to reduce the spot level of pesticide contaminants in a former agricultural field could lead to the migration of those pesticides into nearby wetlands or watercourses. Although there was expert testimony that such migration could occur, the court stated, our careful review of the record in the present case does not reveal that any of the experts opine that the plaintiff's soil mixing plan would result in any adverse impact to a wetland or watercourse. No expert expressed any opinion regarding whether the possible transport of pesticides into wetlands from the soil remediation would have any significant or adverse impact on the wetlands. The court said that the trial court simply assumed, the trial court was overruled here from the engineer's report, that these elements adversely would affect a wetland or watercourse without evidence that they would in fact do so. An increase in chemical concentration from 1 part per billion to 1 part per million is a 1,000-fold increase, but that concentration may or may not impact adversely the site wetlands or watercourses. So I go back to Mr. Logan saying, well, there's going to be an increase in nitrogen or zinc, or could be an increase in nitrogen or zinc or other chemicals flowing into this wetlands. But without stating that that increase of nitrogen or zinc is going to be harmful to the wetlands, that testimony is not relevant to your decision in this case. Now, look, I'm standing a lot on law, and a lot of times people say, well, you know, if you don't have the facts, rely on the law, or if you don't have the law, rely on the facts. Well, I'm here to tell you the applicant can rely on both. We can rely on the law, which sets the standard for your decision in this case, and we can rely on the facts that this field, if you approve it, will be better for the wetlands than the existing field. So, so with that, I'm trying to streamline things. Since we presented to you in December, we have submitted some additional exhibits. One of the first I submitted is a traffic study prepared by Marissa Torello, the traffic engineer with AKRF. Marissa prepared this traffic study primarily for the planning and zoning applications. And let me just do a quick aside here. I think you all recall that we're here before you because we have an application before planning and zoning that seeks a text change and a special permit to build this garage underneath the field, okay? And so in connection with that, we did a traffic study that was submitted to planning and zoning. But the results of that traffic study are relevant in part to what the environmental impact or the positive environmental impact this project will have on the wetlands. So I'm going to ask Marissa to briefly describe the results of that traffic study, and then Bill Kenny is going to address you and testify as to why that traffic study is a significant positive for the wetlands. And then Bill will continue on with his presentation with a lot of other testimony about why this project is not going to adversely impact the wetlands, but in fact will be a net positive for the wetlands. Thank you, Marissa.
Just a point of information for the intervener. Was the traffic study?
You have to come to the mic, please, Attorney Green.
Just thank you, Madam Chair. Just a point of information. Is it claimed that the traffic study is in the record in this case?
Yes, we submitted it into the record.
Was submitted.
What was the date of submittal?
I'd have to get on a different computer to find
All right.
it.
In addition, Attorney Green, you were.
I know
you
from
have
the
a copy
zoning
of that
matter.
from the planning and zoning?
Yes, I'm aware
Yeah.
of that. I just couldn't recall whether it was in this record. I was trying to call it up as well.
I would suggest that we proceed with comments regarding the traffic study. If anybody's able to come up with the date, then great, but it is in the record.
The date on the report is February 9th on the email that sent it, but the report is dated, the PDF is dated 10/19/23.
Thank you.
Let's proceed.
Hi, Marissa Torello with AKRF for the record. I am not planning to walk through the entire traffic study, as I assume you're not particularly interested in traffic tonight. I was asked to strictly explain to you the difference of traffic so that you have that context for wetlands. So in the context of the traffic study, we did observations at 2 different times And the basis of our traffic study had two purposes. The beginning was to meet the special permit requirement because there has been an increase in enrollment and they're required to do a traffic study at that point. We did that. That's planning and zoning. The second part of it is to do observations on the existing queuing pattern and how any changes to their site affect how cars queue, which I think is more of interest to your commission. So to that point, we did observations on 2 days. It was March 1st and March 2nd of 2023. On March 1st, there was a after-school activity. I believe it was a basketball game, and it was happening at St. Luke's. So there was a couple additional buses coming. It wasn't crazy. It wasn't a huge event, but there was an event on campus. So it was a slightly higher condition, and March 2nd was a slightly lower condition as we didn't physically observe an after-school activity. So we had 2 days, all morning observations and all afternoon during peak periods for dismissal. In particular, what we were evaluating was what spillback occurs to queue, one on campus, but we're a little less concerned if they can hold their queue on campus. In the afternoon, what queue was happening and would any improvements to traffic on site prevent that queue from ending up on North Wilton Road? So in particular, the higher of the two queues that we observed was 118 vehicles in total. The site can queue approximately 60 vehicles under its existing conditions before it spills onto North Wilton Road. So we observed approximately 58 cars onto North Wilton Road queuing, waiting to enter the school. It does dissipate in 15 to 20 minutes, but it exists. And I imagine it's a pain in the butt when it's happening. The question for us was that there's also a proposed corral system on site. So they're taking out an area of parking that has about 36 parked cars can go into it, and they're going to create a corral. And we've done this kind of dismissal on different schools, and we kind of model it, and we're trying to figure out how many that corral can hold, and are you going to reduce the queue that's onto North Wilton Road so that you can state that there's a traffic improvement with the project, aside from the parking spaces themselves. So this isn't in relation to the garage number of cars that could stay on site. So that corral system, they're going to lose 36 parking spaces in order to put in that corral system. The corral system can hold about 45 vehicles, and then there can be another 45 queued on the existing driveway before you would end up on North Wilton Road. However, the garage that is being created also offers internal drive aisles for queuing space as well. So in total, what they can now hold on their site, however they choose to operate it, but what they can physically hold is 140 cars queued. And as I mentioned, the max queue we observed was 118 cars. So our conclusion specifically related to the queue is that the queue will not spill back onto North Wilton Road if they utilize all the queuing space they would be creating within their project site. The separate item of parking and number of parking spaces, was a brief discussion as well about parking on the tennis courts. We observed 22 cars parked on the tennis courts. I know that the tennis courts are capable of holding about 80 vehicles. With 80 vehicles parked on the tennis court and the 36 being removed to create the corral system, you have 116 spaces that aren't going to be there because we don't want people on the tennis courts. The proposed parking garage holds 177 spaces. So not only can it hold, even if the tennis court were at max, but it can hold more. From a traffic perspective, which is the only thing I look at in that context, there's the possibility that some of the cars that come to the site in the morning and then leave because they dropped off a student, or they had to drop off a student because that student didn't have a parking pass, and then they come back in the afternoon. So they've now created multiple trips to the site, driving their car. The site technically has the potential to hold more of its cars on site, which would stop them from leaving in the morning and stop them from re-arriving in the afternoon and queuing on North Wilton Road. So the two traffic benefits that we identified in our study, specifically with a parking lot that can hold more cars, so you aren't particularly surprised there's a traffic improvement, was that there would be less cars that needed to come and go during the day, and that there would not be a queue on North Wilton Road.
Okay, any questions from the commission so far? Then if not, let's proceed with Attorney Finn's team.
Well, while Bill's stepping up against Steve Finn, I mean, the point is that reducing or eliminating the queue on North Wilton Road is a positive because you won't have cars lined up there, dropping oil, dropping antifreeze as they're waiting to get into the campus. And that's right near, as I understand it, where the wetlands traverse. So, Bill, thank you.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. May I ask a question of the last witness?
Please, Attorney Green, I would ask you respectfully to wait because it's very disruptive, I think, to the flow for the applicant's team.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Bill Kenny, principal of William Kenny Associates in Fairfield, Connecticut. I am a professional wetland scientist, soil scientist, and landscape architect. Been working in this field for over 30 years. I have a degree in environmental management from the Yale School of Forestry. So I'd like to go over a few things with you. I was before you at the original hearing and went through the wetland assessment report that I prepared, and we did the wetland flagging and the wetland assessment, and concluded that we feel that this project will not adversely affect the wetland based on existing conditions, primarily due to the fact that there's an existing field there today that could exist in perpetuity under its previous approvals, based on the improved treatment and then the reduced pollutant load generation. Today I'd like to submit to you some information, discuss briefly some information about the water quality testing that we did. You know, we were frankly surprised, and when we fully agree that the sampling on one day at one time is just a snapshot, and you really, to get a full picture, you want to sample over many events, many storm events, over many months and things like that. So the interveners did one round of sampling, so we did one round of sampling, and we were surprised that they sampled just water coming into the site, and we thought, particularly as the neighbor, they'd be interested in what's happening when the water leaves the site, which they could do because the water goes right down by the road. You can sample at the stream just off site. So we sampled, there's two streams coming in. We sampled where the two streams enter the site, go through the wetland, and then we sampled where the water leaves the site. And we found good clean water, indicating a good healthy ecosystem. You know, that's just one time at one moment, but we found even where the water was leaving the site, the water quality was slightly better for some parameters, but for the most part, it was substantially the same as the water entering the site. I did, you know, just tonight, after hearing the comments about the lab results, I emailed them to Kathleen, so they're on the record. We did tests for more than just the heavy metals, which we summarized in a letter that we submitted to you several weeks ago or a month ago. We also tested for nutrients, the phosphorus, the nitrogen. So that information now, you have that chain of custody and the direct lab results. So with regard to the traffic information that we just heard, it's critical that with cars being on the road in an area where there aren't best management practices to manage stormwater runoff, getting those cars off the road into an area that's protected, whether it be under the proposed garage, in the proposed garage where it's protected from rainfall or whether it be removing cars from a tennis court where stormwater runoff from there is not being controlled to help remove pollutants. We find that it's an improvement from existing conditions to take those cars, put them in new areas, the corral where additional treatment is being provided, under the garage where you're getting good cover from rain events. If the cars were sitting out in a parking lot with lots of rain falling on them,
you're getting more potential for pollutants to wash off where they're protected under a garage. That helps to reduce pollutant loads. Also, what helps reduce the pollutant loads is the change in material for the infill of the field. And going from the existing infill, which is from recycled tires, to a infill material that is a virgin rubber, based on the research that we've done and based on the additional standards that the water company has asked for, standards and testing, we believe that'll be an improvement to the existing conditions. So we're reducing pollutant loads, we're increasing treatment, and it is an existing field. This is very similar. What happens so often these days in Fairfield County, where it's similar to taking down an existing house that's been there for 50 years and didn't have all the BMPs that in septic systems are out of date or no stormwater management, and then come in and put in a new house and you still have a roof, you still have driveways, but you upgrade the stormwater management system and the septic systems, and you're able to demonstrate that you're going to improve the environmental conditions and help protect the wetlands at a higher level than they are being protected today. There was some questions at the last meeting about number of trees to be removed off the boulder slope. As you might recall, the fields, where the field is today, in the 90s, that area was graded out for a true turf field. And then the synthetic field was put in about 10 years later. But when that area was first leveled off, they put in this very steep boulder slope on the west side of the field. And trees have grown up through those boulders. The boulders go right down pretty much to the edge of the wetland. And so we did go out and count the number of trees above 10 inches in size. There'd be 12, we counted 12 trees that would be removed in that area. Now, there's about 6 acres of forest just west of the field, all the way to the western property line, and we estimate there's probably around 600 trees of 10 inches or diameter in that area, based on some limited sampling that we did, but roughly 600 trees. So we're talking that those 12 trees is around 2 to 3% of the total number of trees in that forested area. That includes the wetland and some upland areas immediately adjacent to that. Lastly, we did a little bit of research with regard to wells and water quality, and concerns were brought up at the P&Z meeting, so we did that, and I'd like to submit to you this evening some of the results from that. We basically had, the school has records. They're required by law to test their wells quarterly on a 6-month basis, and then I think, and then maybe every 3 years for different parameters. And they have 3 wells. The water is tested before it goes through any type of treatment system. And I'm going to provide to you a letter from Aqua Environmental Lab of Newtown, Connecticut, and they indicate they've been working for the school since 2013. And they, in their letter, they say, we confirm that the water at St. Luke's at the time of this letter is safe for consumption, free from any harmful contaminants, and that there's no presence of heavy metals that have been detected when they've tested for inorganic chemicals or when they've tested for lead and copper. And these wells, the well data that's available in the town health department will tell you how deep all the different wells are. And the synthetic fields, all the fields on the property, they are at least 100 feet above the wells, even though the wells, the top of the well is up at a higher elevation. The bottom of the well where they're drawing most of their water is 100 feet below these fields. It's a complicated system, movement of water through the ground, but there is the potential. They're not above the field. So there is the potential for, if there's contaminants and things of issue, to reach these wells. We also looked at some of the wells in the neighborhood on off-property and found that all of those wells are also below the field, their lower portions. In residential situation, much of the testing is after any treatment that a home might have. They take water sample from a kitchen faucet or something. So all the testing results that we found in the town file showed that the well water was fine, but most of it was after testing. So I just want to point that out. There was one well where the testing occurred before treatment. That test was done about 10 years after the field was installed in 2005. It was done, I think, in 2014. And that test, which was done 10 years after the field's been in place for a well that is deeper than the field, indicated based on the above results, this water was safe for drinking purposes at the time of collection. So, results. Also, just while I pass out the well results.
Thank you.
Sure.
So, Mr. Kennedy, just state for the record, your conclusion is that this project will not have any adverse impact on the wetlands or water courses. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And do you also believe that this project will be further protective of the wetlands and the water courses over the existing condition?
Yes.
Thanks. I don't know if the commissioners have any questions for you.
Any questions for Mr. Kenny? If not, Attorney Flynn, please proceed.
Yes, I'm about to ask our engineer to address you, but I do want to, I think it's an appropriate time to point out that our team has been surprised that with all the testimony from the neighbors about the concerns about their well water, that not one neighbor has put in any test results about their well water. You would think that at the very least, after a field's been there for 18 years, that if they were concerned about their well water, they would have had it tested. And I think we all know that when you buy a house, you have the well water tested, and we've seen no results regarding that. And one can only conclude, therefore, that over those 18 years of the original field plus other fields that have been installed, that have been installed since that time with crumb rubber, that if there had been an indication that those wells had been somehow negatively impacted, we would have heard from them. Anyway, having said that, I'll turn it over to Engineer Flynn.
Thank you. I'll reintroduce myself. I'm Melissa Flynn, civil engineer of record with SMRT Architects and Engineers. So I practiced this and it should be about 6 minutes. So if you want to put me on the clock, I'll try to get through this as quickly as possible. So the first thing I wanted to clarify was there's been talk of impact to the wetlands, obviously. We are doing no work within the actual wetlands. We're in front of you today because we are impacting 9,600 square feet of your 50-foot regulated area at grade. And as we've described before, there's a cantilever portion of this project, and about 5,000 square feet hang over the wetlands in that area. So that's number one. Number two is there's been lots of talk about the construction and excavation that's required. And the opposition has said that we're going to build a structure on unstable or unsuitable grounds or unsuitable material. And I'm not a structural engineer, but I know our structural engineers in our firm, no one would ever design that. So what we're proposing is, and we have borings that we were able to look at and to get a preliminary structural design. So right next to the wetlands, again, we want to minimize the mass excavation. And that's one of, again, the main goals of this project is if we were just going to fix the field, it would require a significant amount of excavation. So for what we're proposing right next to the wetlands, where the piers are going, I mean, it's a 60 or a 4x4 area. It's a rig that's going to drive out a pickup size truck to make those drilled piers. And what our preliminary design is called for with some coordination with the construction manager, and this was outlined in the January memo, it's 3 piles kind of creating a stool. And then you're going to have your cap on that. And that's the point that we're going to build from. So those 3 piles are going to go down to ledge. Those are going to go down to stable material. And again, we can do that one by one as we go across the thing to minimize excavation. And as we move away and move out of the regulated area where the ledge comes up closer to ground, we can do a more traditional spread footing for that. So again, that's just one clarification we wanted to make. Another item that's been talked about multiple times is about the field drainage and how that turf field drains. It drains vertically. The opposition has said that it drains horizontally through the infill. That is not the case. It is different than on grade, but the top section of that material is the same exact design as a field on grade. Instead of the 6 to 8 inches of crushed stone, we have our concrete slab. So the raindrop falls on top of the grass blades through the infill, through the backing, which is punctured, does have permeability to it. Standard is about 8 inches per hour. And then it's going to go through the shock pad. So that's why we don't need that full depth of crushed stone, is that shock pad's going to provide that shock attenuation. So when you fall down and hit your head, you have that safety measure. So it goes through that shock pad, and then is when it goes horizontal and goes to the scupper, goes into the gutter, goes down, and then travels to the subsurface storage system. So again, that was one thing that was that has been misrepresented by the opposition, and maybe my responses should have been a little more clear and my drawing should have been a little more clear, but that is how it was intended to work. And we do have ample information about the backing and what goes through that for infiltration rates. And again, to say that we don't have that stone storage for our stormwater, that is why we have 96 storm tech chambers in the stormwater subsurface storage system 1. We understand that this is not, we're calling it a field on deck, but this is a building. This is how we've designed it. So we're taking that entire impervious area and storing it with our subsurface storage system. I should have come up with a better name than that. SSS1, to hold that back. And again, we're meeting the peak flow that's required from the state standards as well as the town. And then going to the parking level, again, this has been talked about in much detail and extensively. We feel it's a robust treatment train. We have deep sump catch basins, which aren't really typical in a garage, but again, this is an outside application. We have wind-blown rain, so we have those, then goes into our oil sand separator. And again, yes, we provided that detail in this last round, but we had always called for that information. So the information that we provided this last round was just more detail. It wasn't anything new that we had not planned on. The comments from Weston and Sampson, again, we felt that our system was robust enough, but adding an extra belts and suspenders that the water company is looking for, we're willing to make that adjustment. And it wasn't anything that was wrong with the original design, it's just an enhancement. So it's making something that we thought was acceptable even better, to make the commission, to make the water company pleased and happy with the results. And again, just lastly on the Weston and Sampson memo, again, it was all very, very acceptable, everything that they had said, and especially as Attorney McCann had said, is the removal of the turf. We're not reusing any of this material. Is going to be taken off site, and we'll provide that information to the water company so we know it's safely removed. So that's just a little bit of background on the stormwater design. Happy to answer any question.
Thank you very much indeed, Engineer Flynn. So commission members, any questions on this report?
If Ms. Flynn, do you have a CV and that you can hand in?
Yes, I have
All right,
it.
and would you briefly, in about a minute, let the commission know what your experience is with artificial turf fields?
Sure.
Yeah, just before you begin, it is actually on the record, so you
Okay.
can give us a brief synopsis.
Sure. So civil engineer, RPI, been doing synthetic turf fields pretty much my whole career, so about 15 years. And just in the last 10 years, which is about the time I've been with SMRT, designed and permitted over 1 million square feet of synthetic turf in the state of Connecticut. So I'm very familiar with the requirements. I mean, I do more than just that. We do natural grass fields. Again, I'm not going to say that that's the only reason or that's the only solution. Again, part of our job is to find the right solution for the right client. And for this application, the synthetic turf field is the appropriate. And again, it's that breadth of knowledge and experience that it kind of guides us one way or another on things.
Thank you. Attorney Finn, do you have more presentations that?
Yes, I have one last presenter, and then I have some concluding remarks.
Right. So let's hear the next presenter, and then I would suggest before your concluding remarks, Attorney Green should be given the opportunity for a couple of questions if he so chooses, as you indeed had that privilege earlier on. But we want to make sure you have the last word, so your concluding remarks would be after that.
Very good. Thank you.
May I?
Yes, please.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Christopher Rosso. I am the chair of the St. Luke's Board of Trustees. We met previously in December. I'd like to correct, if I dare, one thing that Melissa said that I think she misstated. Our cantilever is not over the wetland, it's over the regulated area. So just clear that up. I'd also like to own a mistake that I made early on. I've been sort of called on the carpet for the neighbor meeting that I hosted back in October. I apologize. Had I known what I know today, I would not have cut that meeting off after about an hour. I would have had the patience that you've all modeled, and I would have listened further. But so I apologize to the attendants at that meeting. But I would like to correct something else that from my perspective, it's been alleged that this has been sort of a workshop, and that I think that was the word that Attorney Green used. Somebody spoke this evening about that we got to take a test and then retake it and retake it. I don't see it that way. From my perspective, the notes I wrote down earlier was that Attorney Green said that actions express intentions. Well, our intention was to submit the best possible plan to you, and then as concerns or issues were raised that we could address in a realistic and a responsible way, we did that. We listened, and we wanted to make sure that we were continually refining the plan to make it as good as it could possibly be. That doesn't mean that the initial plan was wrong. It means that we made it even better than it was today, initially submitted. I've taken some hits as well, as the board chair naturally takes as part of the gig. But I'd like to remind you that I'm a fiduciary. I'm a volunteer for St. Luke's. I represent 28 other trustees. It's been said that I'm an outsider coming into town and sort of dropping this bomb. That is not indeed the case. Our job as trustees, your job as volunteer commissioners, is to safeguard your town. My job is to safeguard the school and its students and our faculty and our staff and our visitors, and safety is paramount to everything that we do. Nothing that we want to do is going to harm kids or the environment or our neighborhood. So that's a matter of perspective, of course, but that's my role, is to make sure that we do that. So with that said, we rely on experts that we go out and hire, and independent experts. And so our goal is that you also rely on those experts as well. So as you know, St. Luke's is over almost 100 years old, and its site on North Wilton Road predates almost every home around it, and certainly the school predates any current resident. So it's disappointing that some current neighbors have taken to flyers, a website, to lawn signs, and so forth to stir up opposition, using terms like, quote, "it's illegal," unquote. That's a dangerous and irresponsible thing to say, because it's not even remotely true. It's neither legal nor illegal, because we're in the midst of a very public permit process to determine whether it should or should not be approved. That's a little frightening to think that those are what's being said. And Attorney Green talked earlier about the public trust. Well, if you're going to abuse the public trust, you try to frighten people. And it strikes me that those opposing this project resort to those types of cavalier sound bites in an effort to strike up fear. But that's not how a thoughtful, fact-based process works. That process relies on relevant facts like the ones our experts have presented, and by independent experts like you've heard from Weston and Sampson and your own Maria Coplet. So instead of getting bullied into fear, let's focus on the facts. And let me just briefly restate some of my opening comments made back in December, and again go over to why we came to you with this application. We're proposing to use previously developed land for a dual purpose while also creating a solution that eliminates the traffic congestion, all while disturbing only about 1,000 square feet of existing lawn in order to create the lanes in our queuing corral, where waiting cars will sit and be turned off instead of creeping forward and idling on North Wilton Road. That's certainly a benefit. We acknowledge that we will cut down, as you heard from Bill Kenny earlier, 12 trees, and we will prune 11 trees. But those trees started growing, as Bill mentioned, after the original field was built in the 1980s. I'm older than those trees. I shouldn't say this, but I dare say a handful of you might be as well. So that's a responsible thing to do, because the alternative is to create a traffic and parking solution someplace else on campus, which would absolutely require cutting down lots of trees and moving lots of dirt. And meanwhile, as we've all heard, the existing turf field remains where it has been for almost 2 decades, but we repair it. I have to state the obvious. That field existed, and all the fields existed, before Attorney Green's clients bought their home in 2019. If turf fields were such a concern to them, I'm not sure why they bought a house next to 3 of them. So one final point, please, and that's on drinking water. We all acknowledge that the wetland that you are charged to protect is an important part of the ecosystem that manages the water that makes its way to the aquifers or to the reservoirs. And so by reference, let me sort of introduce virtually Julia Gabriel, who was on Zoom, maybe on Zoom, was dropping off of Zoom. She's been at our previous meetings, but is having some connection issues. Julia is the signatory on this application. She is the associate head of school for St. Luke's. She's also a 30-plus year resident of New Canaan. She's worked at St. Luke's for 35 years. She sent 3 of her children and 3 of her grandchildren to St. Luke's, all of whom, including Julia, drink the tap water every single day. So, as you just heard from Bill Kenny, and as it's submitted to the record, we test that water regularly, and nothing that has been developed on our campus, has had any negative impact on the drinking water or on the wetland. And this project is designed to be better than what we have now. This application is based on facts like that collected over many, many years, and this is a solid and well-conceived proposal that the school and I are proud to present and to stand behind. So thank you for your service as volunteers, and thank you for your thoughtful consideration of the application based on the facts that are being presented.
Thank you, Mr. Rousseau. Commission members, any questions? for Mr. Russo. So, Attorney Finn, if your presentations have come to an end and it would be a pause before your concluding remarks, then I would like to offer Attorney Green, if he would like it, the opportunity to pose a couple of questions to the folks who are presented.
Just assuming that Mr. Green will come and join us, so.
Thanks. So I have first some questions for Ms. Flynn, if I may. Just 4 questions.
4 in total, and then no questions from anybody else.
Oh, 4 questions for Ms.
That's more than a couple. That is more than a couple.
I'll be quick.
And I respectfully, we need to have this portion to be fast and concise and to the point, because Attorney Finn was similarly restricted in the questions he was able
But
to
I have
ask
better
your
questions.
presenters. This is a principle of fundamental fairness, which, as you, Attorney Green, know, is extremely important in deliberations of this kind.
I agree.
So a couple, please.
How thick is the shock pad that you were talking about that sits on the concrete?
Again, this is Melissa Flynn. The product has not been selected yet, but it's usually the standard that we're basing our design off, I think, is 18 millimeters.
And so you talk about the water infiltrating through the shock pad and to the concrete?
Correct. It's a porous material, so it flows through the shock pad.
And so you envision there being flow between the 18 millimeter shock pad and the concrete?
Water will go from the top of the shock pad through it and go to the top of the concrete. There will not be horizontal movement in that shock pad. If I said that, that's not what I meant. The water will go through the shock pad to the top of the concrete and travel horizontally.
But the shock pad's sitting on it.
I'm sorry, look.
Attorney Finn?
I was cut off at 2 questions. And I was told, and I was given the message that those questions were not welcome at all. And I didn't ask any questions of a number of other experts, including Mr. Logan. This fundamental fairness here is that this should end now, and I have to stand on this because I have a client to represent. And it's only fair.
So this is Angela Jameson for the record. I have counted above 4 at this point, so I would like to invite Ms. Flynn to finish her response, her thoughts, and then let's move on and see if you have a couple, which means 2 or 3 questions for anybody else. So Ms. Flynn, please continue.
Excellent, thank you. So the product is designed to have water travel through it, and then there's also channels on the bottom that allow it to flow in one direction or the other, depending on the pitch of the field.
Within the 18 millimeters.
So thank you. So Ms. Flynn, thank you so
Great,
much.
thank you.
For your time.
Can I ask
And,
one more question?
Attorney Green, let's move on to any other of the presenters that you would like to cross-examine with a couple of questions.
I'm going to just comment on.
I'm sorry, that's not permissible. He can
All right,
ask
I'll ask
questions.
the question. Why has some of this material been available for 4 weeks and we're getting it during rebuttal before this commission? Is that a good question? Like parts of Mr. Kenny's report?
This is supposed to be
including the testing.
cross-examination of witnesses. By the way, most of the exhibits you submitted on Friday, Mr. Green, were exhibits that you already submitted to planning and zoning. Why did you wait 2 months to submit 11 exhibits on the Friday before?
This is Angela James of the record. I think we can all agree that it is not ideal when documents are submitted from either side at the last minute. Commission members find it extremely frustrating, but we promise you all that we will take the time and trouble to review very diligently everything that is on the record before we reach a final decision. And I don't think it's really moving things forward to argue about who posted what when. So if you have another cross-examination question, Attorney Green, fine. If not, let's move
I
on.
would just note for the record that the report from Aqua Environmental Lab is dated February 23rd. So that's item 1,
What year?
2024.
Thank you.
And there was a comment made by Mr. Kenny that there were other materials submitted to Ms. Holland this afternoon by Mr. Kenny. Is that, did I mishear him?
I believe he indicated something came up during your presentation regarding water testing and the chain of custody. So I believe that's what he indicated. Bill can confirm that he emailed something during this session, so I have it it's in my email.
And is it in my email as well?
Well, when I get to work tomorrow, I can send it to you, or I can try to send it right now during the meeting. I haven't even looked at it, but that's what you indicated, that you sent something.
Mr. Kenny, if you could come to a microphone and confirm whether that's the case, please.
That's correct. I emailed to Kathleen the lab results and the chain of custody for the 3 water samples that we collected.
And just for the record, that was in rebuttal to Mr. Logan's comments this evening, correct?
Yes.
Yes, it wasn't something, you did that in response to testimony you heard about a half hour before you came to the podium.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Attorney Green.
And I'm not being permitted to ask any more questions of
I
these
think
experts.
you've had the same amount of questions as Attorney Finn had, and the principle of fairness is extremely important in this matter. So I thank you for your patience in this matter.
Well, please note my objection for the record, and thank you.
I did just send that to you, Bill Kenny's email sent this evening, so I did forward that to you, Mr. Green, Attorney Green.
So now Attorney Finn would like to ask you for your concluding remarks.
Well, bear with me for just a minute because I have a dilemma because as I mentioned, we got these 4 exhibits Friday afternoon around 3 or 4 o'clock. I heard what you just indicated, Chair Jameson, that your commission will be looking over all these new exhibits, and I understand that that's your obligation. And I want to spend a little bit of time just going through those exhibits because this is really my only opportunity to do that. And so I hope you'll bear with me. I'll try to be as expeditious as possible, okay? And I will be quick. So one of the first exhibits is the enrollment. We've already covered that. You know, that's their real issue. That's why they're here. They're worried about enrollment. So that, and as I said, that exhibit is irrelevant to the purview of this commission and what you have to decide. They also submitted aerial photographs of various parts of the campus. Vans parked here and there, or cars parked there. And they claim that that's an indication of some kind of inland wetlands violations and zoning violations. Well, that's not for them to determine. That's for your inland wetlands agent and or Sarah Carey, your chief zoning enforcement officer, to determine whether there are violations here or not. And that's not a basis for turning down this application at this time. And in fact, this application, if approved, would alleviate any of that extra parking. So there's an easy way to cure this problem if they would just withdraw their objection and you otherwise thought this application should be approved. So that takes care of, I think, 6 exhibits or maybe 4 exhibits. They submitted some articles about environmental advances. One of the titles is Microplastics in Aquatic Systems, Potential Environmental Risks. Again, potential, not related to any opinions regarding what impact, if any of these concerns will have on these wetlands. And in fact, the improved and enhanced system based on Weston and Sampson's recommendations will further reduce any chance of that occurring. The other one is microplastics in the soil environment, again, taken care of by the design we've submitted. Again, talks about, it's focused on China, and if you read it, and I read it, it talks about these, in China, apparently for fertilizing purposes and for agricultural purposes, they use these plastic sheets that they put right on the ground. And that has been known to cause problems in the soil. Nothing in that article talks about artificial turf fields. Not one word about artificial turf fields. There's an adjoining property owners exhibit where they put all the people here neighbors who are against this. And I guess that feeds into Mr. Green's interpretation of the intervention statute, where he talks about the public trust. That's not what the public trust means. It's not a vote of the public to decide whether these applications should be granted or not. If that was the case, all neighbors would have to do is go in, sign up their name and say, we're against this. And that would be deemed a violation of the public trust. That's not what that language means. If you have any doubt about it, please consult with the town attorney about it. Because don't accept Attorney Green's interpretation of what that means. Oh, important point. He also, Attorney Green on Friday submitted 3 exhibits purporting to be the 2004 Connecticut Stormwater Manual. It's labeled 2004. What did he submit? He submitted the 2024 Connecticut Storm Manual and labeled it 2004. I'm sorry, he submitted labeled it 2004 when in fact it's 2024. And that is not effective until, if it becomes effective, it won't be effective until the end of this month. And I think Kathleen will back me up on this, as well as the town attorney. You have to judge this application not based on what the law will or may be. You have to base it on the law that was applicable and the regulations that were applicable at the time the application was filed. That application was filed in October. So it's the manual. That's the one that Maria used. I believe that's the one that Weston Sampson used, not 2024. And I don't think it was proper to mislabel that exhibit when he sent it to you. Now, I'm almost done. I want to talk a minute about this concept of reasonable or feasible alternatives. I know you're familiar with that concept in inland wetlands applications. So I submit to you that, as I mentioned, this plan is based on a text change that has to be approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission. And the text change that is under consideration, in which we've gotten some feedback on, is that if you're going to put one of these structures, you need to put it in an area of the campus that is well blocked by the surrounding terrain. And this is the lowest part of campus. And as you just heard, and on one side you have the hill of campus, and on the other side you have these 600 trees that Bill Kenny alluded to. So this field, or this project as presented to Planning and Zoning, can only go there. So, and as Chris alluded to, the expense of trying to build this field elsewhere makes it, frankly, not reasonable or feasible. The cost of entirely moving this field and then building a parking lot someplace else, it doesn't make any sense. It's more environmentally damaging rather than less. And perhaps the most important point on this, and this is, I'm about to conclude, is that if you look at your regulations, and it is section 12.3, which is entitled feasible and prudent alternative, you only reach the issue of whether there's a reasonable and feasible and prudent alternative if you find that the proposed project is going to have an adverse impact on the wetlands. So let me say that one more time. You only, under the law and under the statutes and under the case law, a commission, Inland Wetlands Commission, does not reach the issue of whether there might be a feasible and prudent alternative unless the proposal will have an adverse impact on the wetlands. Here, the evidence is the opposite, that this application will be beneficial to the wetlands. Why would you want to do a feasible and prudent alternative when all the evidence points to the fact that this is not going to have any negative impact and in fact will likely improve the existing conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Attorney Flynn. Finn. Oh,
Finn, she's Flynn.
apologies, it's
Flynn.
getting late in the
I-
evening.
I know it
Apologies
is.
to
I
Ms.
know it
Flynn
is.
and to Attorney Finn. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Okay, good. Well, I certainly appreciate everybody's contributions to the public hearings that have stretched now over a number of months, and the back and forth that we have had. And at this point, we are going to close the public hearing. So we will close it at this point. I need a motion to close the public hearing. Somebody like to make a motion to close it? Better put your mic on, yeah.
He's trying to get his mic over here. His mic's need a little work.
Yeah.
There you go. Beth Sanford, I propose that we end the public hearing.
Thank you.
Second.
From Commissioner Redden, I think.